August 19th is, and we are here at 1 p.m. in the City Center Conference Room. The meeting is recorded. It will be posted to the Provo City website. I'd like Mr. Parker to begin the roll call, please.
Wayne Parker, Stephen Hales, Gary Winterton, Dave Sewell, Barry Garrett, Matt Taylor, Kay Van Buren,
Al Miller.
Brian Jones.
Louise Jurgensen.
Thank you. We are grateful to be joined by John Borgett, who is well known to us and so very helpful in many ways on many occasions. He has kindly consented to offer the opening prayer, then to provide a brief introduction, a personal introduction, and an overview of his responsibilities in city government.
Our Heavenly Father, we're thankful that we have the opportunity to meet here. We're thankful for the beautiful city of Provo and for the opportunity which we have to provide a civic service and to look out for the best needs and for each of the residents of Provo and for the great city that it can continue to be. We're thankful for all of our blessings, and we're thankful for the opportunity which we have to live in a free country and to be able to make the choices that we want, and that we can be involved with government and try to make a difference in each of our lives. We asked in this council work session that each of the council members may be able to have a good independent look at different issues, and that their perspectives may be broadened and they may be informed so they can make good decisions and help improve the city that we live in. We're so thankful for all that we have, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you.
You want me to go ahead?
Please.
Yeah, well, my name is John Borgett, and I have been with the city almost 19 years. And my area of responsibility is the Director of Administrative Services, and I have a strong background in finance and accounting. Graduated from BYU in 1984, a long time ago, and then I got an MBA at Utah State while I was working for the city. They had an extension program, and so that was a great opportunity. But I oversee the budget and finance operations of the city, as well as human resources, and our information systems, or our technology area, and then our justice court and then facility maintenance. We have a lot of exciting things that we're working on, and things are going well. We're excited about a lot of things that are going from a technology perspective. We've been looking, and we're continuing to look at an ERP citywide software system. And as we work further on that, we will come to the Municipal Council and give you updates. But we have a large, pretty much team that goes across all aspects of the city that are looking at that. I think it's going to provide some great opportunities. And with that, I love my job, and I enjoy working for the city of Provo. I was born in Provo, and so that's where my roots are, and it's great to be part of the city. So if I can answer any questions, or other than that, a little bit of background.
Hometown boy made good.
That's right.
John, where did you spend the other 9 or 10 years of your career besides the 19 years you've been with Provo City?
Yeah, I started off with Savage Industries. I don't know if you know the Savage brothers, but they had a concrete operation as well as a transportation hauling operation. And of course they had their coal mine. Everybody probably remembers Emery Mining when they had the fire. I was actually working for Savage at that time. It was a pretty difficult time. And then I was only there for about 3.5 years. And then I worked for a trucking and truck stop operation. They used to have Mountain Springs. It's now Flying J in Springville. And then if you go way back in Payson, they used to have a truck stop that was called Budget Fuel, and then later on it became Fuel America. And we had a number of Fuel America locations across the country, and so I was their controller for about 9 years before I started working in the city. Great. Any other questions?
You listed your VITA, essentially, or those departments that you oversee. I won't put you on the spot by asking which you like best.
All of them.
But I assume you are also, that you also oversee the customer service operation.
I don't. That actually reports directly through the mayor's area.
I see. Then I won't pursue a question there. Are there other questions, comments?
John, thank you for all you do. It's been just a great pleasure to work with you and learn from your knowledge. I appreciate you very much. And we all do.
Thank you, Gary. We've really enjoyed working recently with the Citizen Budget Committee. There's been a lot of great discussions and continue to be discussions until we're meeting tomorrow, and we've enjoyed that as well. Okay, thank you.
Your help has been invaluable to us. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Miller, may I confirm if Santiago can hear us? Ken, are you able to hear this now? Ken, are you able to hear us now? Okay. I'm going to try putting in speaker in. That might cut it off. We'll see. Can you still hear? We'll just have to keep you on this way.
Mr. Pepperoni and Mr. Maxfield are with us. We don't yet see Mr. McKeon. Is he on his way? Oh, I beg your pardon, Gary. I assumed he might be in the lineup. We turned to you.
I didn't see my name tag over there.
For a discussion on limitations for low to moderate income housing in Provo.
Thank you. I know low mod income housing issues have been important in the city, and actually one of the things that state law requires of the city is to do a report on low mod income housing. Housing is an increasing in today's society big issue, and how do you do it? And in some places they actually have turned and not talked about low mod income housing, but they refer to it as workforce housing. And we'll go into how we'd like to proceed is kind of give a little bit of a background on the issue. And let me start by saying I know it is going to be somewhat incomplete. This is a very complicated issue. What we wanted to do is give an introduction to the council today, talk about low mod, what it is, typically how cities approach it. One of the interesting things is I think the issue that we're primarily dealing with, too much low mod income housing in being congregated into one area, is typically not the issue that communities face around the country. The vast majority of communities that deal with low mod are actually dealing from the perspective of in states and in cities requiring low mod as a part of projects as they come in. Not that there's too much in an area. The goal is to try and get more. And so it's a little bit of a different animal that we're dealing with in Provo. So after we have that discussion, what we'd like to do is have some comment, feedback, and discussion with the council about where we should go from here and maybe how we should go forward from here. and so that we can better get you the information or the type of potential ordinances that would be most beneficial to you. We can talk about some of the legal mechanisms that we can use to do that. But now, after I've kind of set it up to kick it off, I'm going to turn actually to Brian, who's worked with housing in his career and low mod housing in particular, kind of go through a bit of a discussion, and then they'll kick it back to me for a little bit more of this conversation of where do we go from here, and maybe how do we go from here. Thank you.
Just give 1 second.
Thank you. I think we wanted to establish a couple of things with this. First, dealing with common terminologies. A lot of times in our meetings, we throw out low income, low moderate income, and all these other terms, and make sure we're all on the same page and understand what those mean. Because there are very subtle differences, and sometimes you get in a conversation, and it may mean something entirely different than what the objective of the discussion is. But then also, like we talked about, the development strategies that we can use. If we look at those first terms, they're really definitions of income measurements. And you have LMI, low moderate income, median income, and then there are a few other income measurements. Low moderate income is basically income based on 80% of the area's median income. Now, median income, it's important to understand what that is too, and basically, and I'm sure most of you are aware, but a lot of the audience sometimes the discussions understand it's the middle number of an ordered listing. And so if you take a listing of everyone's income, say you've got 7 persons here and you list their incomes, the median income is person number 4 out of those 7. Doesn't matter what the numbers are, but that's where it comes in. You can see in this scenario we kind of threw some numbers in there, and you can see the difference between a mean or an average income. The median income, then 80% of the median, what low and then very low would be. Low is 50%, very low is 30%. And that kind of gives some breakdowns. In the recent newspaper article, I think it listed where Provo was on some poverty standings. And that one, it did list, I think, a median income, family income of $40,288. It's important also to understand average income and median household income. Average income is just taking all the incomes divided by the whole population. Utah always comes out, I think, second to the lowest in that regard because of our population per household, basically. However, if you take median household income, the average, or let's do that again, the median household income, which isn't the average, but that one we're usually ranked very high in the country, relatively high. I think we're 13th the last I saw, or some, and it varies, greatly because those numbers get pretty close. But Utah has a fairly high median household income, and so understanding their different terminologies on that. Plus, as you get into the terminologies, which you also find is let's say I did that one already. Okay, but you find out that how to also adjust that to the area and then adjust it per family size. This is the 2014 home income limits, and we'll go over what the home program is in a little bit, but that shows you really if you're talking about low moderate income, it varies per family size, and you can start figuring out who you know that might fit into those categories and see that it really is up there a lot higher than I think what people realize. The very low, sometimes we talk about low income, I think people are thinking it's going to be that very low level, that it's poverty level almost. But most of the time, low moderate income isn't really as low as it sounds. Housing for low moderate income, a couple things to understand. Because it's a measured ratio, there will always be LMI people. If you took Sherwood Hills as a population, just that area, there are low moderate income people that you could pull out of that area. But it is based on a standard metropolitan area, and Provo, Orem being that area. And so that's what is usually measured by as a whole. There's a difference between LMI housing.
Well, could I just add, and for their benefit, the Metropolitan Statistical Area. It's called Provo-Orem, but essentially
It's
it takes
Utah
all of
County.
Utah County,
Right.
plus, I think parts of Juab too, so.
Yeah, it may lead down, I see that, I
Down
can't
to
think where
Nephi.
that boundary is, okay. So it would go down to Nephi at least, okay. Next one was LMI housing. It's not always subsidized housing, not always public housing. In fact, LMI housing, subsidized housing is always LMI housing, but LMI housing is not always subsidized housing, if that makes sense. And then lastly, HUD restrictions are income-based and not location-based. So there are ways you could locate LMI housing within a high-income area if you really desire to do so. Then if you get into housing terms, you have a couple of those: affordable housing, subsidized housing, public housing, workforce housing, some of the common ones that are used. Affordable housing is any housing where cost of mortgage or rent payments do not exceed 30% of a person's income, and actually utility payments too. So that's just taking an individual and finding out what they can afford and what is affordable to them. And so the overall term is very broad. The one that's usually referred to, though, is affordable income for low, moderate income people. So you would take what their 30% of their income and then what their mortgage payment plus utilities would be, and then decide whether it's affordable that way. Subsidized housing, government-sponsored assistance aimed toward housing costs and expenses. And this is the whole range. It can include low to moderate incomes, but it can also be the homeless shelters, the crisis shelters, things like that. Then it's wrongly thought of as being the same as affordable housing, because you'll hear that used in the same sentence where they're not always the same thing. I think it's important to remember that. There are a number of types of housing subsidies from federal. Some of these are direct subsidies where you have down payment assistance, and the home programs. Home is home ownership geared. And then you have rental supplements, which commonly are the home choice. It should be housing choice vouchers, but it's the one where basically the government pays the difference between the market rate for the unit and then what the affordable rate would be for that person. So 30% of their income plus utilities, and the difference is made up. And that's qualified by family size, and again, it has to be set on an area too. You can't get a rental that just charges an enormous price or a high income area. And then there are the nonprofit housing organizations, and then a certain form of private sector housing, neighborhood works, assisted living centers. This opens up quite a bit, but they're really agencies that actually get into the housing business that way. And then
Can
subsidized.
I ask you a question? The 2 slides back, it said government-sponsored assistance. That's usually the government that you're talking about,
Right.
state and federal.
Both.
Both
Yes,
of those two, but a lot of times people think of city government, but city.
It can be, but we
In
don't
our
do that
case,
here.
we don't.
Certain cities do that. But
Okay.
I don't know of any in Utah. Well, I should back Park City and a couple of resort areas actually do. And I'll go into that, how they do it,
Okay.
like in 2 slides here. Okay, home program is an ownership program which lowers the per unit cost so it's affordable. So either through building the homes, buying something that lowers what a low income person or low moderate, I'm doing the same thing, LMI person would be able to get into. Low income cannot qualify for home ownership, and you're gonna rarely 60% is really marginal, but 80% is usually the goal. You have to be below that, but as close as you can get to 80%, if that makes sense, because there's always the other expenses you have, yard care and other little incidentals that they're always afraid that you get you into a home, that how do you stay in a home, sort of a situation. But I think most cities have the home programs, or at least they're tied into them in one form or another, where the homes are made available. That's what we talked about with Neighborhood Works last time, with the homes on the north side of the street. That's basically that type of a program. And the down payment assistance, that's commonly used also in almost every city that gets any kind of block grant money. It's an easy way to get people into homes, kind of buy down that initial investment that is required. Then the home choice vouchers. Now, home choice vouchers are always rental. You don't get ownership out of those. But again, that's the one where it makes up the difference in what the cost of the unit is, but you're still have to stay within a range. And then public housing, which is totally owned by Public Housing Authority, PHA. And then private public housing, which there can be management profit in that. They do it either through a nonprofit or even profit situation. But usually these are totally subsidized units in one way or another. Public housing usually has to have the same requirement that they pay at least 30% of their income goes toward that. The difference on some of the public housing is that the housing authority is reimbursed rather than any of the clients getting the money to use. I got ahead of myself, didn't I? So usually owned and operated by Public Housing Authority, and then the federal subsidies paid directly to the housing authority. And then lastly, workforce housing. Workforce housing doesn't have to be LMI. All that is referring to housing that's necessary for a group of people that are people that do the day-to-day jobs. Usually those are including police, fire, school teachers, the ones you commonly mention. Now, that's not to say they're not LMI. Most of the time they are. But just the terms aren't always interchangeable. I think that's what we wanted to point out on that. And then these are some of the housing strategies that cities have used where they, just the support for housing agencies to work with them. There's federal and state funding, and this is, I think, where we get into the state. There are a couple of things that the last slide kind of refers to that. You have certain programs like the Lane Walker Fund that are dedicated specifically to the housing, but they are also, they have the state housing agency, and I'm blanking out on what they're officially called, but they're also the ones that direct in the low-income housing tax credit programs, and that's kind of a private thing that we'll get to on the next slide, but it has to be directed through them, and they make, it's, the reimbursement of taxes or sign-up of other funds through the state agencies. Cities also can get involved in underwriting the loans through either a separate organization or housing authorities. There's direct investment the cities can give by giving land, buying down the cost of the units. And that's the one that Park City actually did, where they bought some units for their workers to live in. And then it's set on a contract, so if they sell the units, they only get so much of the equity. So they can't get in and just, flip the home and turn it over that way. So there are ways to do that when you need to get your workers, but that's usually in high-income resort areas where they've needed to do that. Then the direct investment and the ownership, where they're basically offered
And what I mean by that is if you have 1 acre minimums in an area, buying an acre of property upon which to build a home can be very expensive, and it tends to make the price of the home raise. And the higher the price of the home gets, the more exclusive it is, and it's harder for people to get in. And we see that, and Brian mentioned that about Park City. Park City found that they couldn't have employees who run and operate the city were having to commute from Salt Lake City to Park City to be able to work. And so they've implemented programs to try and combat that issue. At the same time, some cities have gone in and on one end of the spectrum, they've come in and said, well, we want to require at least 10, 20%, depending on that community's needs, and as they look at the data very closely, 10 or 20% of all projects that come into the city have to be low mod. But we don't want more than whatever that percentage needs to be, because we don't want to congregate it in one area too much. And so some cities have done that. Some cities have come in, and there are cities in this county that if you look at our even though they call it the Provo-Orem area, and as we talked about that, it really is the whole county. There are some cities in the county that a 10,000 square foot lot is the minimum lot size that you can really find in that community. And the average price of the home is probably over $300,000 in that area. Well, I tell you, there's no low mod income housing in that community. And so some communities use the zoning on the other extreme, putting in minimum house sizes. The larger a house size needs to be, or an apartment size needs to be, will make the price go up. Types of materials and finishes that a community can require on a home makes the cost of that home go up. Some communities come in and they put into place requirements limiting the housing type. Now, ownership is difficult. It's one of those things, and I think we've talked about that before with the council. To come in and require that properties be owner-occupied is something that we really can't do. Someone can own a property and they can sell it, but to require ownership is just a form of owning houses, but housing type. So some communities, it's all single-family detached homes, and then you determine how big the lot sizes are, what types of finishes you have to have, requiring all brick on homes in the city, which some communities do, would instantly make all of the homes increase in cost by thousands of dollars. And so that's at another extreme. Kind of in the middle is looking at your city, looking at the areas, and really using census data, using information that we can get from neighborhoods, and looking at where the low mod income housing is, where we need more, and then trying to tailor make ordinances to fit those areas. And that a mandatory requirement of low mod everywhere in the city probably wouldn't make sense, because there are some areas that if a market rate project came in, we probably would say that's great. We don't necessarily are shooting for in that area. We have plenty of low mod, and we don't need to artificially force the market to accept more in that area, and we don't want to aggregate these types of uses and incomes, and as you stratify your city in that way, it creates more problems. So there's you have the two extremes that communities go to. There's a way to come in to the middle. One of the concerns I know is, especially in our downtown area, we've been going through the downtown master plan, and that's coming forward to you soon. We've done our TOD zone, where as a community we said, you know, the TOD zone really is an area that we want to have higher density. Now, merely by having higher density, you tend to lower the housing costs. Because the more density you have in an area, the share that people have to all pay in for utility and public infrastructure costs and things like that is lower. The common cost of the housing type is lower, and it's more affordable for people to get in. And so, and that's in one area. What one question might be as we look at this, with the general plan, the downtown plan that we've been going through, do we really want this type of density in these areas? That we have to take a look at. Density is one of the biggest drivers of whether a project can be low mod or not, and effectively work for someone. Now, I think one of the concerns I've heard from the public, and though I wasn't at the meeting, I have reviewed some things and talked with people there. I was out of the office last week, and though I wasn't supposed to come back till January, apparently in my vacation notification, I told people I wasn't coming back to the office until January of 2015, and the employees of community development were very disappointed when they showed up this week. So I apologize. I don't know if that was kind of a subtle wishful thinking I had going on, but as I looked at, one of the concerns people have are we going to have more projects? Where are we really? Are we going to have more projects? Are we going to be aggregating more things in? Well, one approach is that communities can use is a temporary zoning regulation, where you come in and with a short period of time you put in a zoning regulation. One of the difficulties with that is you have to show a compelling public interest why we don't go through the normal process, and you do it within 24 hours notice. A lot of people don't know. And this is such a complicated area that I can guarantee you if we could probably come back with something for the council that would get us, well, let me take a step back. And they're only good for 6 months. And then it either has to go through the normal process of planning commission hearings and council hearings and public hearings to be enacted, or they expire. So a temporary zoning regulation really only gives you 6 months to come in, attack a problem, figure it out, and deal with it. I can tell you if you asked us to work on something and have a meeting with 24 hours notice to pass a temporary zoning regulation, we could probably come up with something that would, for lack of a better term, be passed with a straight face, that if it were ever legally challenged, we could say we have a logical reason why we're doing this, but I guarantee you we're probably going to change it as we go through the process, and we'll be modifying it, really be kind of almost a marker, putting people on notice. Another issue is pending legislation.
So Gary, that's what we did with the billboards.
That's what we did with the billboards. In the billboards, admittedly, even though billboards, as we saw through that process, is a complicated process, it's more complicated from the standpoint of people's visceral reaction to billboards, and especially electronic billboards, and how to deal with them, as opposed to the issue in and of itself of billboards. Does that make sense? That complicates it. There's a lot of strong emotions on either side. Well, low mod housing and housing types, there's a lot of strong emotion with it, and it's much more complicated than billboards. And I think that was what we were trying to point out here. It's something that I believe we need to approach judiciously. It's not that we can't deal with it, but that we need to deal with it carefully and unintended consequences. For instance, if we came in with an ordinance, one of the issues with it could be, unless somebody has made an application for a project, well, if they've made an application for a project, they're already vested. And any temporary zoning regulation that we would have in place wouldn't apply to them, and they would go forward. But if they haven't made an application, this temporary zoning reg would apply to them, which would be NeighborWorks. They haven't made an application yet. So if we did a temporary zoning reg, they would now be subject to those requirements. So if we put in some sort of cap or some sort of thing, it would now, they would be subject to that if they came in with an ordinance. I mean, if we came in with an ordinance before they came in with an application. I don't know of any projects that are really out there. We know most of the projects that have come in. Another way of, so that's a temporary zoning regulation, well, and then the other, another approach is, in our ordinance we have a pending legislation. So once something appears on an agenda, council or planning commission, that ordinance, once it's on there, is good for 6 months, and any projects that come in and make application after that legislation's pending, even though it hasn't passed yet, that project is subject to that legislation, or they can go forward subject to that legislation, or they can wait for 6 months, because that ordinance also, the pending legislation, even though it hasn't been passed, like a temporary zoning regulation would be, it's as if it had been passed in the sense, and they're put on notice. It may pass, and it was pending before your application came in, so your project may be subject to it. And so we go forward on that basis. There's also the approach of, just as a community getting in, really addressing low mod issues, looking at them, how do we want to deal with them, and we can attack it citywide, we can attack it in a very more localized areas. You know, what areas do we deal with? We know the TOD zone is one of those areas in which there's likely to be a higher density. We know around BYU, student housing. Most of the student housing projects that come in, by their very nature, are going to be low mod projects, de facto ones. They may not be using tax credits, they may not be using any of those things, but as they come in, the people that are living in them are going to be low mod people, and the rents that will be charged will probably be low mod rents. So do we look, so any area where we have higher density, we have a higher likelihood of those types of projects coming in. Also looking at, do we go and look at our home program that's administered by the redevelopment agency? When they give down payment assistance funds, what they're doing and why they're doing all of that is to specifically help low mod people get into housing. That's exactly what it does. And so what areas are we doing those? And do we have too much? You know, is that a program that we need to take a look at in conjunction with other types of new housing coming in? So it's a complicated issue. It's a big issue that can have some unintended consequences if we don't approach it carefully. And what we would like to do is spend, frankly, the remainder of our time. You've heard us talk a lot. We now, as staff, would like to hear your conversation a little more and get a little more direction and guidance in how and where we should address and deal with these issues that have come up.
Be kind enough to turn up the lights, and at the same time, would you be kind enough to send this presentation to each member of the council and to our staff?
Yeah.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just add the word credit.
Oh, and low-income housing tax credit, because it's a tax credit that you get. So you make certifications of the IRS, you go through it, and it adjusts how much you have to pay in taxes.
Gary, it seemed like when we heard the presentation a week ago, one of the advantages of doing a project of this type is how inexpensive it is to produce. We have all kinds of people that are contributing or they're working on some kind of project that makes it, I think they told us, a $3 million project. That's what they're paying for an $8 million, what it costs to build, but they're only going to pay $3 million for it. As a result, that seems like maybe the greatest incentive of all. If people can get these very low, I'm not even sure if it's a tax credit or some sort of other financing, but that would be the thing, seems to me, that would lead more people to want to do this. And we had heard informally that there were something like 500 units that were being planned right now for the ITOD zone. And the people in that neighborhood, of course, are very concerned about that. All of them, what I've heard, being the LMI type housing.
And,
So,
and I don't know, I haven't heard that, and I'm not saying that that might not be true. I'm just saying I haven't heard that. Higher density and where you own it and rent it out, that's really where you're going to end up using the low-income housing tax credit. That financing function is going to make it so that as you go out and get funding for your project to be able to make this project work, that's going to be a part of your project in an area like that, much more so than in single-family housing or anything like that, or even maybe townhomes.
so my sense, just correct me where I'm wrong, my sense after hearing so many people talk about this in the last week is that there is a lot of that kind of financing, and people would just tear down everything basically to build this kind of housing because it's profitable for them. It's easy to get financing for it. And unless we do something as a city to restrict it, we're just going to have that everywhere.
Yeah, we could get more of that, absolutely.
There still has to be a market. Because if you build it, you couldn't lease out the whole unit. So, but the demand seems to be there, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the issues that Provo, I think, will always face. Not only are we a university town, but even if you take that out of the equation, we're the county seat. This is where the social services are. This is kind of the center of the county. A lot of employment is here or very near Provo, and I think we're always going to deal with people who are on that 80% or less of the median area income.
So then it's a good thing for us to have that 80% type of housing in the same, or would it be better for us to say, right now we're going to have a moratorium, we're not going to approve any of these things until we figure out what our policy is going to be. But in every area, we want it to be a percentage, I don't know, 50-50 or 80-20. And once we have that down, then we'll open it back up again and people are welcome to apply.
Well, if I could take a step back and address a little bit larger issue first and then get specifically to that question. I think the best thing that would happen is while the state does require communities to look at their low mod housing and make reports every couple of years on that, clearly Provo shoulders a disproportionate share of the low moderate income housing in the county. And it would be great if other communities, hopefully voluntarily or by statute, if not so, would shoulder more of that burden. Because as you take that and spread it out among all communities in all areas, you have healthier communities. It's just something that we find. Now back to
May I ask very quickly, is that statement with respect to the rest of Utah County independent of the student population?
I think it is. As I look at the census numbers and some of the statistics that you look at with the report in the Herald about poverty growing, I do think that's somewhat independent. That is independent of the student housing.
Yeah, several months ago, I actually responding to a different issue, but I was looking at doing some research on that very question. What is the actual proportion of student rentals in the low moderate income balance? And I don't think the study was conclusive, but at least for single occupant type, not maybe single occupant, but single students, this study was conducted by the Census Bureau, accounted for up to 10% of our low mod proportion. You know, Provo was ranked about 33% low moderate income, at least, and then they identified that the single student population was about 10% of that. I don't think, I can't say 100%, but I don't think their study included young married students, which could account for easily another 5 to 10%, and then you have the remaining 10%. So I do think there are different classifications in that 35% of Provo City being a low mod. Of course, that recent study said 48%, I think.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why I think it's important to really come in and look at the data as much as possible. We all have anecdotal stories about projects and different things that are out there, but to really find the numbers, where are the low mod, what type of people are in low mod, because if it's frankly a student that's going to be here for a temporary time that's being subsidized by mom and dad from someplace else, I don't know if that's as great of a concern to me as if it's a family of 4 or 5 who needs low mod housing, falls into that category, and where are they living and why, and where their employment is, and all of those things. And so by just saying low mod in Provo is a little misleading because of those issues. Now back to the question of, okay, so what do we do from here, and how do we approach that? I've tried to lay out some of the options. We could do a temporary zoning reg. We could just try and gather more information that you think you need to be able to attack this issue. How do we look at it? What areas should we be looking at? And go forward. Whether we have, in essence, sometimes they call temporary zoning regulations a moratorium. Whether we have some sort of temporary zoning regulation, or we have pending legislation as we work on the process. It gives us about 6 months to go through, or we just kind of work on it as a community. You know, I don't know that there's a right answer for that, for us, from community development. We would be fine whichever direction the council decided to go. I can tell you that yes, in our downtown and in the downtown zone, wherever we have higher density, the likelihood of someone using low-income housing tax credits and those types of programs, it's there, and projects could come in. I'm usually a larger project that before it comes in, they come in and talk to us. The only other projects that I know of that have come in to try and talk to us don't fall into these categories where they would be trying to target low to moderate income housing people. So for us, we're okay with whatever direction the council would like to go in.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Mr.
You talk about application. What's the process that I know that we went through that with the MTC situation. As far as making an application, what constitutes an application, and is it a long process, or can someone come and say, oh, I better get this done quick while I have a chance, fill out a paper and turn it in?
No, it's not fill out a paper and turn it in. There's a laundry list in the ordinance of the requirements for a project. Was it 1503-300 for a preliminary project plan that they need to come in and do? We can pull that up if you'd like and take a look at it. But it's not just come in and fill out a piece of paper. There's a whole bunch of documents with their application cover sheet that they fill out that they have to bring in. And there's some expense and cost in doing that.
Such as preliminary architectural drawings, site plans, and design.
An application, site plan, architecture, preliminary engineering. So it's not a quick submittal, but it's not overly partisan or want to see them. I mean, it's.
Someone in 2 to 3 weeks could probably figure out a project and come in and bring one in.
Mr. Sewell.
So a related question, given that we've started talking about this might spur some activity in trying to get those applications done. What would be the quickest method that you would recommend to put something in place?
Well, the quickest method is a temporary zoning regulation. That's done with 24 hours notice. You have an ordinance, you do it with 24 hours notice. I believe there's no public hearing required for that. You put it on an agenda, and so you publish it, an agenda today at, at 2:05, and at 2:10 tomorrow, you could have a meeting. There'd have to be an ordinance written that would go with it. The other method is on the next available planning commission agenda or council agenda. We put on an ordinance discussion item dealing with low, moderate income housing with some sort of proposal. That would take a week or two before that type of noticing and publication would go out. It then becomes pending, and any applications that come in subsequent to that are subject to what the final form of that ordinance.
Mr. Garrett.
Gary, this question actually comes from Councilmember Santiago. Texted in, if the project is purchased, the project or land is purchased with state or federal dollars, and we do implement that temporary zoning regulation that is lower than the qualified income units, they're required to supply which one takes precedence, which one overrides the other.
Well, unless it is a state or federal project, because the state and the federal government are exempt from our zoning ordinances, and they can basically do what they want.
Okay.
Though they may be using federal funds to purchase property, they would be subject to all of our laws and ordinances. And so the answer would be, it depends. Did the ordinance become pending, or was there a temporary zoning regulation put in place, or was a complete application made first? Whichever, if the complete application is made first, then they are not subject to pending legislation or temporary zoning regulation. The other issue with the temporary zoning regulation is, as a community needs to, in the statute, and I'm paraphrasing and didn't bring it with me, but it basically has to show that there's a compelling public interest to go forward with a temporary emergency zoning ordinance that is put into place, is good for 6 months without normal due process hearing and public hearing and noticing requirements.
Mr. Davis.
I was talking to the chair of the planning commission, and she was mentioning this 80-unit low, moderate income housing project that they had just approved that was studio and one-bedroom units that had no on-site maintenance or someone
Or management.
Management, exactly. And I said, no, the one that I know of is like between 2 and 4 bedrooms. And she said, no, this is a completely different project that came to us on the planning commission, and we just had to make sure that it fit all of the requirements that exist right now, and that there are more of these coming in. So apparently there are projects like this coming in right now that we don't even see because they fit the zoning. And
yes, if in the TOD zone, the ITOD zone, if a project comes in and meets the requirements of the zone, they can go forward, whether it's a rental project, whether it's to be sold for home ownership, whether it's to be low-income housing tax credits. Now, of those, how many have come in recently?
Well, first of all, the project you're talking about, Mr. Hales, is the GIVE project, 101 units. 80 or 82 or something will be low mod income.
Yeah.
So that's the one that planning commissioner is referring to.
Well, where is that going?
Like south.
Second, west.
Anderson,
Boulevard.
Yeah, the Anderson.
And Anderson, yeah.
And other than
The
that
other
one,
ones that we've heard about are, of course, NeighborWorks. And the architects for the UTA site have come in and talked to us, but they think it's going to take them a couple to several months to have a preliminary submittal ready to bring in.
We've got PEG development.
PEG is on South University, but that, they're telling us that's going to be at market. We've heard you're going to hear later today, I think, on the church property on not North University, but
Fifth
North
West.
Descent. But that's, I think, all market.
There's one other, there's the Provo Housing Authority project on 2nd North from 5th West.
St. Francis. And that one's public housing, so that one.
and that one's already
set up.
public housing,
Yeah,
and NeighborWorks is public housing.
And that's our
required housing.
downtown, it's a different zone.
But to
It's
the
a
issue
different
of
zone.
planning commission, these projects coming in and the city council not seeing it, none of our zones, talk about or try to differentiate who the renters would be or who the occupants might be. So this, issue of what percentage would be, by what income level, just really isn't addressed by the planning commission because it's not in the ordinance. It's not something that's a criteria in the ordinance.
Mr. Van Buren. I just, taking a step back just a little bit further, it seems like the whole presentation today is about we need to maybe get a handle on this or understand a little better. Are we making the presumption then that this LMI, low moderate income housing is bad for our city? Or are we making a presumption that a certain percentage is bad for, or why are we concerned? Or why don't we just say the zone's like it is, let's just see what comes and go with it?
Well, I can tell you across the country, the vast majority of efforts are low mod housing is good, and we need more of it. And
We need it dispersed.
but we need it dispersed.
That's the prevailing issue that the research suggests, is the more you aggregate it, the more difficult it becomes to manage. The more dispersed and evenly, not necessarily evenly, but more dispersed through the community, the more successful it is.
Even private.
Outside of your borders, outside of your state's borders.
Absolutely, and I think there's a good argument that it should.
Regionally, and even private organizations and communities like to see, and religious institutions like to see in their parishes, wards, dioceses, states, ranges of income and housing types, and they don't want to congregate all one type of housing type or income level together. And the more you broadly disperse things throughout a community, it evens out problems and difficulties throughout the community.
There's more resilience in the system.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So, if that maybe focuses the dialogue a little bit more, not really whether we have it, but how much we have and where it is, it seems like to disperse that housing becomes a huge problem with tradition. Traditionally our zoning has been, single family here, here. Now if we're saying we would like our neighborhoods, we would like our wards, our community to have big single family, little single family, and then we'd like a apartment building right there too. I don't see how. It's going to take a huge,
It's going to be a very hard sell.
huge change to.
Nationally, that is the trend.
Nationally, that is the trend. And ask yourselves in the communities in which you live, in the areas in which you represent that are primarily single-family home, what would the reaction be to a 150-unit apartment complex coming into the area?
Well, we've seen it. We saw it last week. It's
Yes,
not
but that, I think Mr. Van Buren's point is that is not in any way a citywide phenomenon. And what we've heard here is that you use the word cities to begin with, and that makes no distinction between suburbia and urban areas of the city. That is, as I understand it, the principle that you articulated applies equally to both.
Sure. You would like to see Eagle Mountain, Highland, Salem Hills, Salem Woodland Hills have a proportionate share of low, moderate income housing in those communities as you spread it out across your metropolitan planning area. That, as Matt just said, I like that there's more resiliency in the system, and the system tends to function better rather than aggregating all the very, no police department, no social worker would come in here and say, you know what, the best idea we have is let's take all the very low income and let's build massive housing projects and have all very low income people live in them. Well, they tried that in Chicago and New York and in the 60s during the Great Society, and they were utter failures.
Projects.
Yeah, all the projects, and they were utter failures for the people that lived there, for the communities in which they were in and were affected by this.
At the same time, you ought not to lose sight of something Mr. Hales said early on, and that is, it's one thing to argue for the promotion of low-income residential development citywide. It's another matter to talk about the relative densities of such neighborhood by neighborhood.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. I hate to sound like too much like Brian Jones, so I can answer Mr. Bender's question. The answer, I would say yes and no. The answer is yes and no. We're talking about spreading these types of uses around or housing types around, but it would still take an affirmative action by the planning, by the city council to zone a property to these higher densities, where it would have an effect. But within that range of what we're talking about, it's a huge range. For example, just this little bandwidth within this range of what we're talking about, Perry Homes project is going to have some attached housing for sale at market rate, but twin home and tri-home type of design. It's just a different housing type in that area.
And that's what I'm saying.
They're having a huge market acceptance of that.
Yeah.
They're having a lot of
So-
interest
Yeah.
from the people who live in that area who want to move into that.
And
So-
in an area that's single-family homes on 10,000 square foot lots, attached housing is a doubling of density. It makes it much more affordable.
But those homes sell for $350,000 to $400,000, and I'm having a hard time low to moderate income.
No, all I was saying is that that's a different housing type. Our zoning has been so strict that we typically don't even allow those housing alternatives in the same neighborhood. And just by allowing that housing alternative, there seems to be market acceptance for that and market interest in that.
And that was,
So I'm not saying it's
the
a
neighborhood's objection from the beginning.
Right.
And which kind of goes back to one of the policy concerns or issues to look at is looking in the TOD area, what type of housing do we want? Is it attached housing, more of a brownstone townhome type, or stacked units?
The issue is that if we approach this from a workforce housing perspective, then it isn't at all difficult to envision certain, shall we say, targets of such housing in the city. For example, Riverwoods. That seems to make sense to put it there. The hospital, yeah, that would be another. And certainly the central city, but perhaps Mountain Vista, looking forward. So it isn't at all difficult to imagine where the higher densities of workforce housing might exist in areas of the city where they do not now, with the kind of intensity that is envisioned for the ITOD. I have two questions. One is, Mayor Curtis, the last time we met with him, indicated the strong interest of the administration in doing the kind of research that would allow us to say, neighborhood by neighborhood, here is the existing relative density of this type of housing throughout the city. That would be invaluable information for our purposes. The other question I have is this. I asked you about the basis for comparing Cowboy Partners with the NeighborWorks development. now, because it is so notorious and such frequent mention was made of it, perhaps stereotypically, what about the NeighborWorks development, the Cowboy Partners development, and the Bulgers?
Sure.
I think the biggest difference or the biggest element that comes into play is property management. Where you have basically Boulders is almost all subsidized, well, it is, and the management and everything else, and it's toward the lower end of the scale. Again, if you pull out low, moderate income, you're still on that upper end. You're not down in the rental bottom part. And I think you've got Cowboy Partners and the investment you get with REITs, real estate investment trusts funds, or wherever. Those require the management because they're trying to maintain their investment. And it's a lot different. NeighborWorks has worked very well, but some of the nonprofits and others don't work as well because they still get their money, they still get their income. It's not, they're not trying to get a return on it. So their investment or the management is quite the same. Right?
But another important issue, if you look at the GIVE project or the Cowboy Partner project, what they're doing is using this low-income housing tax credit, and they're targeting that low mod, that 80% that they're trying to get. A lot of the Boulders in some areas are heavily Section 8 subsidized housing, and they're very, very low income. And that's part of, I think, the analysis that you talked about, the mayor being interested in helping provide is not just low, moderate income, but really going in and trying to, with a fine-tooth comb, is it very low income housing? Is it Section 8 housing? Where are these things so that we don't aggregate them?
Wayne, is there a timetable?
We're working on that. Gary's trying to give us some estimates on how long that might take to do. I just might mention too on the Boulders, I think a couple of the distinguishing characteristics. One, there are 400 apartment units in the Boulders, so it's a scale of 5 times anything else that we're talking about. 4 times the Cowboy Partners project. So in terms of scale, it's really not comparable. The other thing I think I mentioned too is that a good share of those apartments are what we call SRO, or single resident occupancy, where it's just there's a person, no roommates, like a studio apartment or even smaller. And so it is the highest concentration in the entire valley of single resident occupants in one place. And so it does sort of lend itself to those that are extraordinarily low income, who may have disabilities, who may be on supplemental income programs at a federal level, and it just does tend to concentrate them because there's nowhere else for them to go. And so one of the things that the Boulders Task Force a number of years ago talked about was trying to see if there are ways to diversify that population, put them in other areas in the county besides just congregating them in the Boulders. And as Gary suggested, this whole idea of figuring out how to disperse very low-income housing, low moderate income housing across beyond our borders and within our borders, but disperse them more would be a really good solution to the Boulders problem.
In view of the time, may I ask you a question then? In anticipation of our meeting on the 2nd of September, is it reasonable to suppose that the administration could in fact bring to the work meeting, and we might make exception given our protracted discussion here, to bring it to the council meeting as well, a piece of pending legislation that would take into consideration the data gathering prospect. Certainly wouldn't, it's going to take some time to put all of that together, but that would also anticipate the interest that you've heard here from council members.
I don't know, do you have enough to proceed further?
I think we can. The next item is kind of a good way to talk about that.
I see what you're saying, yes.
Because what it will require is we'll have to do some, really concentrated work. And I'll have to ask people to maybe delay some of the projects that they're working on to focus on. We won't miss out on current projects, but I believe the next item is dealing with our neighborhood.
That's right.
Plan preparation. And we have a handout for that, and we have listed on it some things that might impact that schedule. So we could add another thing to it. But I think we could come back, not with complete and unassailable data, but data to give us a better idea, and a proposal for an ordinance that could hopefully deal with the issues as I think I'm hearing. I think I'm hearing right now what we really want to talk about is the concentration mostly of low, moderate income housing in the downtown area. Now, we're not...
In the ITOD,
specifically in the ITOD, we're not necessarily worried, or not at this exact moment, about dispersal across the community wide, so we'll focus our efforts down here at this point and come back with some sort of proposal and data that would tell you why we have a proposal fashioned the way it is.
Shall we wait to consider that a motion appropriate to that possibility until we've discussed the neighborhood plan?
No, I think we could just go ahead and if there's a motion to help us.
I have a question about the possible motion. So if you're talking in September 2nd about a proposed legislation.
In other words, it would exercise the second of the options that Gary provided, rather than...
So that would be part of the purpose, is to get that clock started.
And so we get that clock started on a 6-month, and anyone that is interested in doing anything at this point would have to have that in within 2 weeks. Otherwise, they would be subject to that proposed legislation. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
One thing we need to keep in mind is that the folks, for example, in the Franklin neighborhood, do not see their neighborhood as being a LMI zone. They want it to be owner-occupied housing.
And again, that's where we've got to be careful, because you have LMI as single-family detached too, so it's an income level.
Yeah, and you've got the LMI is an income level, and not only that, with ownership, there are things that a city can do to promote and help ownership, but I don't believe we can require ownership.
Let's make sure that we understand, you're talking about single-family detached.
That's what the people who live there are saying they wish they had more of.
Yes.
So Gary, I just envision this as a way for us to declare our legislative interest in proceeding according to a certain set of principles.
And I appreciate
we won't be bound tightly by this, because there's still data to come our way under such a decision to be basically circumscribe the possibilities, perhaps more than ever.
And I'm going to be blunt here, but this was the concerns that I had. We went in last week and we said, go ahead and do this, go ahead, go to work. And now we stop it because we're dealing with this problem. And if they can't do it in 2 weeks.
It's not so much a matter of stopping as to say, if you're interested to proceed, here's some further guidelines that you will now need to consider.
And then they will consider those guidelines. Can they do that before this is all pending legislation?
Yes, they can, as long as they are conforming to that pending legislation, then they can expect approval. Is that right?
Yeah, what we would try to do is bring in an ordinance that wouldn't, on its face, we wouldn't say, there's a moratorium, everything stopped. That's not what you'll see back from us. We'll do as much work as we can, gather as much data as we can, and then having looked at that and listened to the concerns, then being at the aggregating of low mod and possibly housing types and things like that, we'll go in and we'll come back with an ordinance that we think will not will not, I can tell you, it will not say no low mod income housing can be in this area at all. New low mod income housing, it won't say that, but it'll be fashioned in such a way that there's either a dispersal or we use some other tools depending on what we find from our research that, you know what, we need to increase unit sizes. We need to do other things along those lines to make sure that the ratio of low mod is appropriate for an area.
It'd be helpful to mention too, I know we're going to talk about neighborhood plans shortly. We've already initiated the Franklin neighborhood plan. There is a group that's beginning to work on that. And so again, general plan is another way of approaching this challenge of helping a neighborhood find greater self-determination. And again, I think Gary will report on our status there. We already are underway with the working group in the Franklin neighborhood to talk about it. So that's another angle we can work on this with procedure.
Are there further comments? I invite a motion then that we ask the administration to move forward with this initiative, time for presentation at our work meeting and possibly at our council meeting on the 2nd of September.
Can I ask one more question about that possible motion? Does this start the clock as far today, right now? It would be on the 2nd of September.
I'll make that motion.
It will start in 2 weeks unless we notice it within 24 hours.
Mr. Sewell, thank you.
And then another question. So, but the justification for the timing is to provide adequate time to pull together the data to justify the process. Is that what I heard you saying, Mr. McBride?
Rather than sooner.
Rather than sooner.
Yes.
Further questions? All in favor of the motion?
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So, did I understand right that there isn't a concern that there will be a rush to application by delaying this, or by waiting the 2 weeks?
Yes, what we heard is that does not express concern that will happen. However, let's review once again.
Could somebody come in between, well, you could not even pass a temporary zoning regulation today. The soonest you could do it is 24 hours and 5 minutes from now. So in waiting 2 weeks, could somebody come in with a completed application that could have a project that's intended to be 75% low mod using these low income housing tax credits? Yes, that could happen. However, it's for somebody to come in and do that, they have to file a preliminary project plan. And a preliminary project plan would take some effort. It's not something you can do in a day or two. You have to bring in a site plan, you have to bring in different things that are required for it to show that you're complying with the code. And the likelihood that somebody hearing about this thing, I think I'd like to do a project, I don't know what I want to do yet, and be able within 2 weeks and come in is pretty remote. Could it possibly happen? It could. Could there be somebody out there that I don't know about who's been working on a plan and they're just, maybe a month away of doing it and they hear about it, it's like, oh, and they hurry up within a few days and get in? That could possibly happen.
And making it even more remote, though, is that it would have to be a project that was where the zoning was already appropriate.
Exactly.
Right? Because if the zoning wasn't already appropriate, it'd have to go before the planning commission. You could just turn down the zoning. So.
Correct.
Okay, so was the motion already made then to
Yes.
have the administration come back with a draft of legislation for us to look at in 2 weeks?
Yes, Mr. Hales made the motion, seconded by Mr. Sewell.
Okay.
Did she know we voted? So, what is your vote?
Are we lacking your vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, I vote in favor.
Thank you, and the vote is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. Now let's be brief about this next.
Bill's going to do this.
On the issue of gathering data, of what you've just been talking about, we have just received Professor Wood's housing analysis for Utah County that addresses many of these exact issues related to how many units are going where and where they are going in other cities and what our percentages are. It's a very detailed study, 160 pages just for Utah County. We'll send it out to you.
Thank you.
So these are the schedule of the downtown plans. Joaquin is completed. Downtown will be going to Planning Commission at the end of August, and then it will come to you right after that. Franklin is underway, and we're looking at, we're past spring of 2014, so probably fall. I'm sorry, the finish date will be winter of 2014. Measures being worked on, also 2014. Then we have outlined all of the rest of the neighborhoods and where we think our planning schedule will be for those. So those impediments are listed there in that separate column. The strategic parking study, Vision 2030 action steps, general plan update, transportation plan update, the PF zones. Steve Sandberg with BYU is starting to work with staff right now on the BYU zone. I'm very encouraged by the discussions that are taking place, but that will not be quick or easy. So PF zone updates. As we've talked with other members of staff and administration, we have an ongoing need of zoning ordinance amendments. And the staff was going to form a committee to prioritize those zoning amendments, zoning ordinance amendments, to start bringing them forward in some organized and sensible fashion. That's, will have another impact on time. So obviously it's a matter of balancing all of these things. The neighborhood plans are certainly a priority. I think we're getting more efficient at doing those. I think we've learned some things by doing the Joaquin and downtown plans that will help us in our scheduling and efficiency for the ones going forward. But that's our schedule.
What caused the priority? What was that based on, just out of curiosity?
Vision 2030 actually did give us some of those priorities right in the plan. So Joaquin was identified, downtown was identified. Another plan that we're working on that isn't listed here is it's the west side. It's those ones in the kind of the darker green, Lakewood, Sunset, Provo Bay, Port Utah. That's going on right now, again, with the anticipated completion date of this winter. And that was one of those identified in Vision 2030 as having a priority. So that's where those first plans have come from.
So it was done through the cooperation of everybody that was on 2030, and they said these are the most challenging, maybe, or what? Again.
Well, I think it's in the chapter on family and neighborhoods. I think it's in that chapter where they said, hey, let's prioritize our neighborhood plans, and these are some that are a high priority, and they listed Joaquin, downtown, the west side. I think the airport was one that was listed, but that's included in the west side.
Bill, I'm surprised to see so much distance between Franklin and Franklin South.
Yeah, Franklin South was higher originally, but because of some of the other changes taking place, I think we're talking about the form-based code and some other things coming in that that's what kind of shifted that. I mean, we could certainly reorder things too, so it's.
And I think that's one of the reasons why we're here is we've gone through, and for reasons that we've looked at and that we can explain, we've kind of ordered things, but we also want to be sensitive to the timing that the council sees. If council sees higher priorities in here and has information that we're not aware of, we'd love to adjust this to make sure we're getting to the areas that need to be gotten to sooner rather than later in a timely fashion.
So I'm equating this like to the roads. These are the most critical roads that we get to right now. Is that what we're doing? Is that basically what we're doing?
Well, yes, I think that's a fair parallel. But remember that this is taking its cue from Vision 2030.
From Vision 2030. Okay, and that helps.
And one of the differences too, if you look at the Carterville one, you'll see in blue West University Parkway. Those don't exist as neighborhoods. And so there is some thought as those areas are looked at, there may be some rethinking of how the neighborhoods are set up and what the impact areas are. So if you have ideas that way too, but then it's just looking just to understand what's included in that. Besides, just Carterville Road, it's very different.
I commend the parsing of the task into these sets of neighborhoods. I think that's a very productive step. Let me invite each member of the council to review what we have just been handed And should you wish to have the, one or more of the neighborhoods reprioritized, if you will, in terms of when the planning should take place, please communicate that to Matt. At your convenience. Thank you. Very nice work. Thank you. Matt, is item 6 something that we'll take up on Thursday?
I believe so. They're not in attendance, I'm not sure why.
I'm not sure why they're not here, but that is on the agenda for Thursday.
So that seems appropriate.
So, the mayor warned us about item 7. Mr. Jarvis is here, so we might as well get on with it.
Forewarned is forewarned.
Don, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for letting me join your August delight. And if anybody is short of cucumbers, drop by 1256 Welch's Lane, I'll take care of your shortages. Every year we get 12 cucumbers, you know what to do with them all. Neighbors are getting tired of seeing them. I'd like to make this mostly a discussion. The first 2 items on the handout that's going around are sort of report items, and I think you can read those and understand what they are fairly easily. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on them. One of the main things is that we've been doing a lot of work, Mayor and I, with the Utah County Clean Air Task Force, and the task force and the mayor want to make sure that you feel invited to attend those meetings, because what we do there will have a considerable impact on the city. So you're invited. We meet on the basically the 4th Monday of the month, about 2 p.m. in the Utah County Health Department Directors Conference Room. And it's a really good group that meets, and we've been doing some fun things. We have these air quality flag sets at $100 each that are being purchased through our efforts that will be available for every single school in Utah County. And that will help people understand what the air quality is on a given day. And Provo City and Orem have established bad air days policies for the city, and that includes how to get the word out to the general public. We've also succeeded in getting some community gardens. We have 3 more community gardens in Provo this year. So it's really fun to see that go in, because it's so important for people who live in high-density housing don't have a chance to have their own garden. This has a lot of implications for community cohesion, nutrition, and psychological well-being. They're just great. They are primarily for low income, the way that community action has been administering them, but I think it's a good thing. Habitat for Humanity came in and said, okay, Provo's putting in 2, they found a private landowner, and they organized a 3rd one. So we got 3 new community gardens in Provo, just like that. And so I was pushing hard and getting nowhere with anybody for several years, and then all of a sudden, Roger Thomas says, we're going to do this. I think he may have had a little help from the mayor, too. I'd like to focus on policy issues. And David Sewell says, you've been looking too much at, just the little stuff. We know about policy. Let's talk policy today. And I have 3 policy issues I'd like to discuss with you, and these are clearly discussion issues. And I'm just delighted that we have a chance to be together and look at larger issues, and this is not something you do right away, but I think these are important. Maybe the first one you could be done fairly simply. I suspect you know about Tier 3 gasoline, and if you're not aware of what Tier 3 gasoline is, you're welcome to look at the second sheet of the handout, which is an editorial I got in the Herald this last Sunday, and it pretty well explains what Tier 3 gasoline is. It's basically a lower sulfur gasoline, and it's going to bring us down to about 10% sulfur in the gasoline, whereas now it's much higher than that. It's, it will eventually cut pollution by 80%. And without incentives from our governor and legislature, Tier 3 gasoline's availability could be delayed long past 2017, when it is ostensibly mandated for the rest of the United States. There's all kinds of possibilities for us not to get it. And that's really worrisome, because we are the one area in the United States which could benefit most from Tier 3 gasoline. So the task force, this is something I've been asked to do by the task force with you. They really like to have a joint resolution with you and the mayor supporting the legislature devising and establishing incentives for retailers to sell Tier 3 gasoline. It is available, and it will be available, but without some incentives, it might be delayed for Utah, and I think that'd be a misfortune. We wouldn't be worse off than we are right now, but we could be much better off, and it'd be a shame to miss it.
But it is mandated by 2017, right?
It will be mandated in the beginning of 2017 for the United States, but there's some loopholes. Okay. If you're a big refiner, they just at first they just have to have a certain percentage of what they sell has to be Tier 3, and a big refiner has a branch refinery in Utah. They can say, oh well, we're not going to do it here because we don't feel like it. So there's ways for us to miss it, and they're worrisome. The governor's behind this, the task force behind this, MAG is behind this. Rumor has it that Kirk Randall is in favor of it. So I think this may happen, but a joint resolution wouldn't hurt anything.
And may I ask, Wayne, is there a draft under development?
We certainly work on that. The mayor's indicated he'd be supportive.
There is a draft.
So if there
is a draft.
We'll be glad to work through that with you if you could desire to consider it.
Please do.
Question. Notes that the incentives would include state tax credits, public recognition of retailers offering Tier 3 gas, state-funded PR campaign touting it in stations and selling. Those aren't really things we could do.
No. There certainly are things that you could do, but you could encourage the legislators to do it. And these are just possibilities. These are just things I thought up. I think it could be done, and floated around between our task forces.
Are there areas in Utah that currently sell this?
I'm not aware of any. It's certainly being sold in California, but what they sell in California is closely matches Tier 3 standards. So I don't know why a large firm couldn't import some and sell them fairly quickly.
Tom, could you remind us of the price difference?
That's always debatable. Okay. When the EPA said they were going to mandate Tier 2, the refiners, of course, squealed like stuck pigs, as they always do, and said it's going to be hugely expensive. We can't do this, and it hardly raised the price of gas at all. The EPA estimates that the increase in price for Tier 3 gasoline will be less than 1 cent. The refiners are saying it's going to be 6 to 9 cents. Before they were saying something like 19 cents, but now they're saying, after they looked at it, 6 to 9 cents. So it's unclear how much it will be exactly, but even at 6 to 9 cents, it would be a reasonable price for people to pay for that much improvement in the air quality. Now, if you put, you're probably wondering what happens if you put Tier 3 gasoline in our Tier 2 cars. Most of us are driving Tier 2 cars. The Tier 3 cars are starting to become available right now. Next year, there'll be Tier 3 cars available. But what if you put Tier 3 gasoline in Tier 2 cars? It's going to make it run worse. It's going to be just fine. It won't cut pollution by 80% in a Tier 2 car, probably. But it will make the pollution less, and it will make your pollution control devices. The catalytic converter will last longer. So a joint resolution would be most welcome. The mayor's very definitely in favor of it. And, this would be a wonderful thing. Okay. Now, on walkable neighborhoods, there's good reason to support walkable neighborhoods, and I would like to plead with the city council to think about policies that will encourage walkability. I happen to live in one of the few walkable neighborhoods of Provo, the Tree Streets. I can walk to work, I can walk to school. Of course, I can walk, most of them go walk to church if they feel like it. I can walk to church, and I can walk to a little grocery store. But there are not a lot of places that can. And many places in Provo, the residents are complaining that if they want an extra loaf of bread or a quart of milk, they have to drive for miles. And some of the areas that are pleading for more grocery stores closer, not necessarily walkable, but less driving to them. Walking neighborhood is one of them. People would love to see Soward's Market on 5th North and something like 3rd East. They'd love to have that back in business. People on the west side, a few years ago, were saying we don't want Smith's to open here. There were 3 or 4 people that said not in our backyard, but now they're pleading for a grocery store on the west side. It's one of the main things they want. There are other areas where they want more grocery stores, and there's some areas where we have a grocery store like Allen's on 3rd South. It's struggling to stay in business. We need to make sure that we do what we can to, in my opinion, it would be really helpful if we thought about incentives to keep grocery stores where they are and to make more grocery stores in more places possible. The grocery business, as you know, runs on a very thin margin, so 1 or 2% maximum. It's very hard to make money in the grocery business. So we need to be thinking about ways that we can encourage grocery stores in more places in the city. They could include economic development zones, redevelopment grants, exceptions to the number of parking places. If we're to say the people who now occupy Soward's, I believe it's a laundromat now, right?
Just empty.
Is it just empty? Yeah. If somebody wanted to establish a grocery store there, they couldn't do it very well under our present rules because they need to have more parking. But if you look at the, I sat down with Greg Daniels, who teaches property law at BYU. We looked at the Provo code. It's fairly easy to get around that. Somebody could just send the right person in there to look at it, and they could say, well, we've got enough parking around in high density housing that we could make an exception for this. But it'll need to take a sort of a policy from the council to say what we would like to have to help more merchants have more grocery stores in more places in Provo. It would cut down on the amount of driving people have to do. It makes the air quality better, makes people's lives better, and I think it would be a good thing. You know, if you go to a lot of cities, in New York City, almost nobody is more than 15, 20 minutes walk away from a grocery store. There are a lot of cities like that, and that makes a big difference.
Don, by the way, we are on record as favoring that development.
Very good.
Neighborhood.
Yeah. That's wonderful. By the way, Greg mentioned one other thing that's which I don't understand very well. You probably understand better than I do. Is tradable development rights. And he says these are very popular with a lot of cities. These tradable development rights because they don't cost the city a thing. It's kind of complex, and Bill can explain it to you what they are.
I'm assuming by tradable you mean transfer development rights?
I guess transferable is development rights. Yeah.
So you have areas that you want to preserve, and so you take density, housing density off those preservation areas, and you allow them to be transferred into other areas where boosted densities are right. Springville has used it, Mapleton has used it successfully to preserve their hillsides. Whatever zoning rights you had to housing on those hillsides, they transfer that density down into other parts of the city receiving areas. That was a mechanism to preserve what was of value to their community, the viewshed.
And of course, there's going to be areas of the city where people are not going to want a grocery store right there. I imagine up on the hill, Oak Hills, up Rose, they're not going to want a grocery store up there probably. But there are lots of places where there would be possibilities. Right across from Gold's Gym, there's an area that once was a skating rink, and then it was a dance hall. Now it's mostly empty. And it used to be a grocery store. It was a big grocery store. I think if with a little incentive, somebody might be willing to put something in there. You want to talk about this, or is this something you're so much in favor of, there's no discussion? David?
Well, I just had a question.
Mr. Sewell?
Who would be a good person to help us come up with a proposal like on this last one? Well, actually, on number 2 is the I was thinking about of how to encourage these local grocery stores. I'm not quite sure how to go about it.
What would you suggest?
Well, we will, as you know, we have an RFP out on the street to bring in a retail consultant to help us look at some of the critical retail questions in Provo. Mostly trying to identify what do we do with the East Bay area, which is declining, and what do we do to shore up our existing retail and branching new retail. It would be pretty easy for us to expand the scope of that project to look at the concept of neighborhood grocers or neighborhood retail, and see what's happening across the country and what kinds of incentives are working and what zoning bonuses might do. In my mind, that's probably the quickest and easiest place to get a really, really capable expert to come and give you some advice.
I also assume that it figures in this master planning, just as it has in Joaquin.
As I look at the challenges that we face in Provo, I look at Lolo's on one side of the street, Walmart on the other side of the street, and it has to do with buying power. A lot of the times, I'm really concerned for Lolo's on one side because of the buying power of Walmart.
Yeah.
And the margins, like you said, are so thin that, they become even more challenging when we get into the small stores.
It's difficult. We have we say it nicely, we have a very value-conscious community, which basically means we're really cheap. In addition to that, we discovered this in our negotiations with Target several years ago, there's more brand loyalty to grocery stores than any other type of retailer. If you really love Macy's, you'll drive past 4 grocery stores to go to Macy's. But introduce a new grocery store into the mix, and if you really love Macy's, you'll never leave. And one of the things Target discovered in Utah, and it's a Utah phenomenon, they made the decision after they built the one in Orem that they would never build another grocery component to a Target. They lose money significantly on groceries in Orem. They make it up, fortunately, on the other side of their business, but grocery business has been abysmal for them. And I think one of the things a retail investor would have to be confident in is that a neighborhood would support a neighborhood grocer. They wouldn't drive past it and 4 other grocery stores to get to their favorite. I think it's a real uphill battle in today's retail environment to look at neighborhood grocers as being successful in that sense.
I also mentioned
it's a great concept, though.
In our upcoming council retreats, Don has recommended a book co-authored by a man named Jeff Speck. And more recently, he has published a book entitled Walkable Cities. At Don's recommendation, I bought it and read it. I'm recommending that we have copies of that available to the council at the retreat, that we read it together and then make this actionable in terms of joint resolution for the legislature once we understand the fuller concept for this.
By the way, it's interesting. We had one of my neighbors just came back from a research lead in the London area, and he was surprised to see that there's a big chain that is willing to put small stores around all over London. And in the small stores, the prices are exactly the same as they are in the big stores. You don't have the selection, but the prices stay the same. It's possible that we could get some chain to do that. Walmart seems to be thinking of that. I think that's why they put this store right across from Lolo's, which seems to me a mistake. And there's so many places in the city where it would have made more sense, but from my point of view. Maybe we can find some larger group that would be willing to do that, and that maybe takes care of some of the problems that Wayne was mentioning, people not wanting to go to a new area. By the way, there's one other thing. I love Smith's. I think it's a great store, but to increase the size of Smith's, there where it now is, and not put anything on the west side, it's just kind of a little tragedy in some ways. But I know that there's probably economics that justifies that. But I would love to see Smith's where it is do well, and then also have a Smith's on the west side. I guess you maybe remember 17 years ago, Smith's wanted to put something there. Some neighbors said, not in our backyard, stopped it, and now Smith's is sold to Kroger's, and Kroger is a little more conservative. They don't want to go in it, so it's hard to get a grocery store in there. But with a little incentive, maybe Kroger's would be willing to do it. Anyway, let's go on to CNG fueling station, compressed natural gas. It's a cleaner and cheaper vehicle than gasoline, could help clear our air. Provo is the third largest city in Utah, and we got a compressed natural gas in every little podunk town in Utah just about. Springville, Orem is getting a second CNG station. We don't have any CNG stations at all anywhere. And it's just one of the ironies. And I see people driving CNG vehicles around. Nancy Bean, who runs our fleet, says that she's going to start buying CNG vehicles. She's convinced that it makes sense for Provo to have CNG vehicles. She's going to have to drive those vehicles all the way to 8 North Orem or down to the Springville first stop to gas them. So I think some things we could do is again, land at a good price, reasonable rent, or a tax break, plus city commitment to purchase CNG vehicles. All those things could maybe help bring an investor to invest the $1 million it takes to put in a CNG station. Nancy says that she was proposing a vehicle maintenance facility, which never got through the budget process. She didn't know where it stopped. But I guess you really can't have CNG vehicles unless you have a maintenance facility that has fantastic ventilation. And so she's going to need some improvement in the present. Dave could probably help us with this. We're going to have to either upgrade our present station or get a new station if we get very many CNG vehicles. Any comment on that, David?
Ron, if I can make one comment.
Please.
The master plan for the Public Works facility, it's been some time, I know, since we have reviewed that with the council, but the overall master plan does call for compressed natural gas facility at the fueling at Public Works. We would be investigating whether we could get a grant through the state for that facility if it would not be coming out of city funds if we were to make that kind of a commitment.
And it remains on the capital improvement plan.
Good.
As the salient item.
Good. Anyway, I think if council could think about having a policy that we're pro CNG, we would like to encourage retailers to establish a station, and if Public Works puts in one, that wouldn't necessarily help the public, would it, David? It would probably be just city vehicles, right?
We're yet to see some of those details. The grant may stipulate that we would have to make it accessible to the public. I'm not quite sure what the restrictions would be.
There is some state and federal money for this sort of thing. David, Mr. Sewell, any more thoughts on CNG?
I would just echo what you said. It would be great to encourage that. That's our weekend.
Thank you, Don.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? This is terrific. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I also, on the last sheet, which I should have put on the back of the first sheet, is a list of our sustainability committee members. They have some interesting expertise. You're welcome to contact them at any time.
We look forward to this being a regular part of our agenda on a quarterly basis.
Don't forget, you need cucumbers.
Matt, discussion and review of policy regarding the ITOD.
Sure.
Or do you have any idea on your?
I just
Because
sent a
they're
text message a couple minutes ago.
All right, so we'll move ahead. All right. Throw up the slides. So this is going to be a tag team effort between me and Bill Pepperoni. I committed a bill that well, in response to Mr. Miller, who requested this to be on the agenda, committed a bill that I had some old graphics that I'd worked on back in the day that were helpful in explaining the regulations of the TOD zone. So I kick it off and I'll turn some time over to Mr. Pepperoni. Actually, if you could show the slideshow first. Thank you. Bear with me. We're looking for the Google slideshow, not the SketchUp. Right there. This one right here. Thank you, sir. So the So the interim transfer-oriented development zone was approved about 5 years ago, and in that zone, it took up more of a form-based approach in dealing with how the development of the area would take place over time. Now, what I mean by that, we've talked a little bit about that in some other meetings about use-based versus form-based. There's certainly in the ITOD zone use regulations still, just like any other zone, what type of permitted uses. But there's also a strong emphasis on guidelines that will help shape how you want the urban form to develop over time. I think a good example of this maybe is applicable to downtown, where the typical zone wouldn't address, say, the placement of a building other than just typical setbacks. And you might end up with a strip mall with parking out in front. And to draw that comparison for you, I think right here on the corner is a good example of the Firestone Center on the corner of Center and 5th West versus even the Rent-A-Center across the street, or one of the other buildings in downtown which faces the street, is oriented to the street, versus a building which is set far away with parking out in front. And so as we develop the TOD regulations, we put strong emphasis on how do we want the future of that district to look, act, and feel. Go on to the next slide. Let's make this work.
Okay.
I think you have to be allow. You may need to advance. There we go. So this is the district, and again, it was never intended that this was the end-all, be-all for the ordinance, hence the word interim transit-oriented development district. Captured a lot of this is the current front runner station. This is the parking lot for that area. This is largely underdeveloped properties. There's actually almost a full acre plus of just with the one home on it. Some industrial areas. This area here have been historically been a mix of heavy commercial and residential uses, and particularly in this area here. You may be familiar with this building, this location. It's the startup building, and it's currently the site of the infamous food truck roundup. Recent event. This is where the Give project that we talked about. There's another one that's just coming online. We'll show some pictures of that. Carson's Corner, and then we have the recent discussion on the NeighborWorks property here. If we flip over to that model. So one of the goals in creating an urban district is, again, to address and capture what are the qualities that create an urban environment. That's a long 2-hour discussion there, so I'm going to really oversimplify. But some of the basic principles are buildings are oriented. Can we flip to the other model, actually? Thanks. Buildings are oriented to the street. They have a relationship with the sidewalk. They're pedestrian friendly. They create a sense of space in the public realm by framing that space between buildings. Essentially inviting walkable environment. So how do you put buildings to do that? Typically, suburban development with large parking lots out in front. Those aren't necessarily where you think of, I'm going to go out, hang out at the cafe and have a cup of coffee, or not, well, I'm not in Utah. A cup of hot chocolate in Provo. You know, you may think about those type of welcoming urban environments more in a downtown type setting. Utah doesn't have a long or a very strong tradition of this type of urban. Provo has one of the stronger traditions that hasn't completely been destroyed through the 60s and 70s planning era. But many communities, downtowns have been gutted in exchange for parking lots, and they're recovering and paying the cost for that. Car-dominated society in their downtowns. Actually, if you do elect to read the book Walkability, which I also recommend you would read, I've recently finished that book myself, it will cover a lot of these principles about walkability, urban environments. The TOD zoning was set to allow a minimum, this is a little bit different than normal, that you had to have a minimum of 2 stories. And one of the rationale behind that was, again, a principle of street enclosure, creating a space that feels comfortable for pedestrians. Some have likened that to creating a public room. A lot of this has, the comfort level has a lot to do with street widths and the ratio between building height and street widths. We're not going to get a lot into that, but typically I think what you'll see is development between the 2- and 4-story. It also allowed for a 4-story with a 5th and 6th-story addition, but set back 15 feet. And again, a reason for that step back is preserve the human scale of the environment, creating that public realm. Okay, just another perspective, sort of on maybe the different scales that could happen in that district. Now these are just block massing studies. So when you think about urban form, you deal with the basic form first, then you deal with the makeup layer, which could be a wide range of styles and architecture. This gives you more a sense of that enclosure and creating a public ground. One of the things that was developed into the standards to anticipate neighborhood transition issues was a requirement that as a development was across the street from a residential zone, that it could not be no higher than 3 stories in height. It also had to incorporate some type of hip or gabled roof, and to be a little more congruent with the balance of the other side of the street. So again, you don't want to cause a huge disparity of imbalance between development type. You don't want necessarily single-family homes on one side and 12-story building on the next side. That would create a very wonky and funky urban realm and space. You feel off-kilter the whole time. And so that was one of the purposes behind this tip for gable. I threw on some dormers just to illustrate. Maybe you could dress that up a little bit more, and also actually probably still make that tip or gable roof still habitable living space. It gives you a little bit of perspective of trying to create a better urban transition than, say, if we went all the way back to here, you know, going just straight up 4 to 6 stories across the street from that type of development. Okay, now there is one other regulation. There's several other regulations, but one of note is if you were actually to be adjacent. Now this is a standard. Sorry, this is a standard if you're across the street. This would be a standard if you were adjacent, which actually require the development have a similar setback to adjacent properties. So with that, that's again just sort of a massing, blocking study. We switch to the other model. This isn't necessarily highly professional by any means, but I think it still gives conveys a sense of what actual possibilities may occur. And this was presented to the council at the time they adopted this zoning. I think you already have it open. That's right. Okay, so this is the startup building that's existing. This is currently where that food truck roundup is. This is not necessarily pertinent to the zoning regulations, but you know, one of the elements or issues in this area is creating more. In addition to getting the buildings right, is getting the street right. And this is just a very, if you're familiar with the street, this is all 90-degree parking and sidewalk. There's not a stitch of green besides weeds. So this is just trying to put some more realistic perspective on what these regulations might actually accomplish. At the time, we thought BRT was still going to go down 100 West. So.
But we have had continued discussions about 100 West being redeveloped to be much more pedestrian friendly, just like that show.
And I think many of these issues are addressed in the downtown master plan, which will be coming to you shortly. Is that the plan? So, again, trying to create that more urban feel. Of course, being here on 6th South, you have the tracks across the street, which does not look green and pretty like that. I would hope one day we could achieve that. But this was an example of maybe a commercial element. This may be overly ambitious for that location, but it was just for, again, conveying the sense. A 2-story product versus the sort of higher density 6-story.
How do you think the neighborhood would react to that? I'm sorry.
I think it's mixed feelings. I mean, I think if you just throw this out in the neighborhood, I think there's a gut reaction of overwhelming. This is too much. I think if you sit down and have the conversation about proximity to transit, that this is a regional goal for transit use. It's not a realistic possibility for single-family detached homes on this, what I've dubbed sort of as an industrial wasteland down. And I'm specifically, when I say industrial wasteland, I'm talking about between Freedom and University, not necessarily as you get closer into the neighborhood. But right now it is sort of stark. And so, I mean, I think if you have discussion points about what type of occupant is relevant and changes the reaction, and you know, if this is middle income, maybe empty nesters, young working professionals, that's a different reaction than subsidized low income housing. And so I think the initial reaction is always sort of overwhelming. As you talk about some of these points and considerations for redevelopment of this area, people start saying, oh yes, that's valid, that's a good point.
Will this be part of the ongoing conversation now with the Franklin neighborhood in terms of planning?
Well, and this section here is technically in the downtown plan, where the neighborhood section is in the.
I think Stephen's
Franklin,
question
yes.
was addressed to the Franklin neighborhood when he said the neighborhood. You meant specifically the Franklin neighborhood. Is that right?
And I think a good opportunity for the neighborhood would be for them to have an opportunity to look at this downtown plan, because it is very closely related and should integrate with the goals of the Franklin neighborhood. Before that goes, have it in the planning commission?
Guess it's later this month.
Okay, so maybe that's something they ought to have an opportunity to get some feedback on. But I think many, again, initial reaction is overwhelming, but as you talk about these things, there's a place for that. Just a couple last slides and I'm
When you
done.
say the initial reaction is overwhelming, I think that has to be qualified. It may be overwhelming to some who live in a particular place, but not overwhelming to others.
Well, I'm walking a balance here because I live in that neighborhood, so I'm going to speak as.
But if someone lives in the central city, it may not be overwhelming. That's the point.
Yes. Yeah, and you know, I have had a lot of time to digest these concepts as a city planner, having actually worked on the zoning for this area, where still, I think much of the neighborhood has no sense of city's plan for this area and its revitalization, and so they don't have that background, they don't have that dialogue, they haven't had the discussions or the readings to.
All the more reason to share the master plan.
I would agree with that.
Now, the startup building was retained?
It was, actually.
Yes. Yeah, I thought so.
Great example of adaptive reuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Just 2 more slides I want to put in context. You know, it's one thing to write a code, it's another thing to see how it actually plays out. And we're still probably in infancy of watching these things and how they play out. Plus, we're also looking at amending it already to make some adjustments and tweaks. This is my understanding. If you could switch back to the slideshow, there's 2 more slides of the 2 developments I believe have come through the zoning that was put in place. It's the Google problem here. No, it's this one here. So one is called Carson's Corner. This one's very near complete. I think I'm not sure of the bedroom, mostly 2-bedroom, maybe some 3, I'm not sure. Some of the areas I didn't cover sorry, I should have covered this. They're in addition to the massing requirements and how it relates. And another interesting point is you can't be more than 6 feet away from the sidewalk. You can't set back a building. And that's very opposite to other zoning codes, you know, traditional zoning codes.
So this is second west right here.
Yes, that's second west.
It's commercial space right there facing the corner.
And looking down here is
space
Fifth South.
And residential units here.
A few other requirements that were some basic design principles that were also incorporated, such as requiring verticality in the windows, requiring public entrance doors that actually face out onto the street. Raised basements couldn't be so far above the street. That if, you know, the type of materials had to have some type of semblance of heavier materials below lighter materials. Again, and these are only about a dozen basic design standards. The code never got into dictating actual style, just, again, some basic principles of design for the area. So this is Carson's Corner. This is Startup Crossing. This is one that we refer to as the GIVE project. It's not under construction. They started tearing down the Anderson Lumber Yard. Very different style, but you can see how the massing is congruent with what I showed in the 3D model. One of the other design standards, you know, it was a requirement for balcony space. Again, even though these are more square, which was permitted, that horizontal windows were not permitted. Again, lighter materials above heavier materials, public entrance doors. So those are some of the basic design criteria that's been employed in this development. So that's how the code is being translated and interpreted by the developers. And I think this gives an opportunity for planning to say, what do we like that's happening with this, what's not working so well. So I think probably a good chance to go to the neighborhood and say, okay, what's good and bad about how this will integrate with the neighborhoods. That's just an overview of the regulations, and I'll turn the rest of my time over to Bill unless you have some questions.
Just a couple of brief comments. One is that reading from the purpose and objectives of the I2D zone, it says, this zone's primary use is for residential and residential support mixed-use development, which is intended to provide housing and business opportunities adjacent to public transit, and thereby facilitate increases in the use of public transit and reduce citywide traffic congestion elsewhere. And then in this zone, the permitted uses are largely residential. And the commercial uses are almost all conditional. And it's something that's a little unusual is that in this case, the conditional uses are encouraged to be less than 2,500 square feet in one building. So the idea of this was not to have a large anchor footprint type store come and take up a bunch of this land. The commercial uses are supposed to be integrated into the development, into the community, and be more mixed, like Don was describing. Like Matt said, this was written as an interim transit-oriented zone. As part of the Wasatch 2040 effort that took place about a year ago, that consortium of planners brought forth a model ordinance for TODs and for city centers. That goes way beyond this in terms of being form-based. We actually took that and we modified it and tweaked it to Provo. But we haven't brought that forward just because we've had enough other things going on. But we actually have, a new TOD ordinance that's there. It can come forward at any time. Now, that zone didn't do anything to address those earlier issues we talked about in this meeting regarding building housing types and rental versus owner occupancy, those types of things, which you wouldn't typically find in a form-based zone. But that's really
would it make sense to introduce that at the time you present the downtown master plan?
I'd probably like to have a study session with the council on that, or our work session, just to see if we're all really ready to go that far in terms of being form-based, because it is a very big departure from the rest of our zoning ordinance. And so that's really
I meant a work session and a work meeting.
Yes. Yes. That's all I.
Thank you. I will ask the indulgence of Mr. Garrett to move the item to a later point in our agenda and ask Matt to prioritize the remaining items in the event we don't get to some of them. In the meantime, I suggest we break for 5 minutes so as to allay the disappointment of those present as well as who may be viewing to think that the new jazz coach would be addressing us next. In fact, it is Professor Quinn Munson who will be addressing us, not Quinn Snyder, in 5 minutes' time.
You know what's on this guy's mind right now, it's open.
Hey, Bryce.
Okay.
Y'all know how to,
set this up? Oh, well, let's see here.
How do you want to do it?
You want to take a few minutes to go on it?
Yeah, that'd be great.
This can work for you? It's not mine, but it would work.
That's all I can get.
Did you recommend we take a motion by the 4th What was that continuation of the council meeting?
The mayor's office and Gary, Dave Sewell. Yeah, you know how to ask for continuance on that. If that's, if fixed, then we could just continue.
Stay around.
This is supposed to be a preliminary discussion, so what we're at.
So it's not on the
There's some ERT stuff in there.
Yeah, wide range. You could just cover the council.
I need to.
That's fine.
Yeah, that one's critical for you to deal with. I don't see a representative here yet, but we did have Ryan Freeman, who was the developer, going to give an update. That was the mayor's.
So those two items we should definitely include.
I don't believe we have any post meeting requests.
Oh,
so we
there
can still,
isn't.
yeah, so we can have time to spill into, I apologize.
We could go until 5.
Yeah. Spill into the
That pizza looking.
That's one reason I. We have that flexibility before.
We need just to switch to that.
We just pay on.
And today's pizza, so it's.
Yeah.
It's easy to,
Okay, so,
consume rack.
and I, so, how do I have to get somebody to come down here?
No, you could, well, see what, go there, there's a.
They haven't had the opportunity to
Look
develop
here.
the thought process behind the whole.
Okay.
thing.
That was obvious in many of the comments.
And so there's a difference between, this is me personally. And when I talk to people about this, I tell them, I think there is a difference.
And where's that
Something to the east of here, which is largely non-residential, industrial,
Is that to mine?
desperate need to redevelop. That's a little different, it's something that's a little closer into the interior of the neighborhood. There are homes around it that are viable. Yeah, so I think that does make a difference in my mind. What type of development, how big, the scale. And frankly, even 5 years before this whole neighborhood thing, knowing that there would be this type of transitional issue, that's why the hip roof components and the lower scale was required, because I anticipate those things would be concerned.
Is there a keyboard up here? Okay, so you're pressing Z?
Yeah, I don't know if
You need to the right on the left side.
I told Charlotte, after seeing the initial concept, all the concept
And I've been that
approval
so it doesn't
for
matter.
zone. Really ought to go look at the
Someone's gonna
zone
start our next
standards.
competition.
And I don't think
We better do it soon.
I've had no impression that they followed up on that.
That's how I felt too, exactly your expression. That's how I felt about it. Like,
Process.
need to, but I told
Doesn't have to be so
Well,
expensive too, that's.
and I think there will be a small neighborhood.
Yeah. I promise.
Well, I think the neighborhood will have to go back there.
3 weeks into my.
No, that's not. All right, I'm ready.
Well,
Dave Gardner made it very plain.
Well, I just gonna, we're meeting up for him, it's actually a combination.
I'm just a little worried.
But then those fifth and sixth sources of the zone are also interesting. Most developers don't get 4 because once you go past 4, you gotta change the quality of construction to a steel platform podium. To go additional, stories. Actually, once we didn't cover this presentation, ratio, which is
He had his challenge.
those first 4 stories is 50% of the regular. Which is really sort of radical for anybody in Utah. But again, it will have to mind people with less confidence to try and incentivize the 50.
That's what we're doing here.
The bill.
How are you? You remember getting an email?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
knowing that it would cost more to build them, they dropped it down. So,
I made a speech.
now even though I was president of the chapter, I wasn't the only person giving input. So, there's a lot of different competing forces involved with that.
Professor Monson, we welcome you, and at the same
Ready?
time, thank you for your kindness in sharing the results of the recently completed community survey.
Okay, so how much time would you like me to take? So I.
Let's say 4:15.
Sure, no problem. I might even finish a little early, but I'm sure it won't hurt any feathers, so. Okay, so this is some highlights of a survey that we conducted out of the Center for the Study of Elections and Democracy at BYU.
I did it with some students there as part of a survey research methods class that we've just begun in our department. This is a brand new class, so this is a group of students that helped me. So I'll blame them for errors, and especially for the long period it took to get results to you. But a few notes about how we went about this, just so you know. This is very similar to previous surveys, so those that have seen any of this from the past 2 years, we essentially followed the same methodology. We fielded the survey between March 27th and April 6th, a longish field period for a survey, but for a survey on the internet, it's not that long. You do get the bulk of the responses in the first few days, and then you send some reminders and get them to trickle in after that. It turns out in this case, the last reminder says the survey is closing, and you get a bump right at the end as people that had good intentions and ignored earlier emails then rush to contribute. You'll notice it's a very low response rate in terms of what you might imagine. Turns out telephone survey response rates have been plummeting over the years, such that this isn't that low. There are a lot of telephone surveys that now have response rates in the low teens and even below 10%. They have a shorter field period, but they will attempt to get responses, and just people don't answer their phone the way they used to, right? And so we've taken the voter file for Provo, had an external vendor that we paid to match email addresses based on name and residential address. With that process, we came up with 21,902 valid email addresses. There are some that came back undeliverable that we took out of this calculation. We were able to get about 1,800 plus people to enter the survey, and then you get a few that get a little tired. It's kind of a long survey. They get tired and drop out before the end, but about 1,500 that went all the way to the end. So a response rate of 8.5%, which is a little lower than we've had in recent years. I think there may be a little fatigue in Provo to getting asked to do these surveys versus the novelty, but it doesn't appear to have affected the overall balance of characteristics of the sample. So if you compare the demographics of this sample to previous years, it looks exactly the same, within a percentage point or two. We've also taken and weighted the results on age, education, income, gender, race, and religion. On race, for example, it's weighted by percent white and non-white, this being Provo, and religion is percent LDS, not religious, and not LDS, but religious, so 3 categories. Again, you do what you can with the diversity that you have, right? All right. We'll get started with a few questions up front about sort of the overall direction of Provo. So we ask these early on so that their answers to these aren't colored by all the other stuff we ask them in the survey. We get their sense of how things are going before we ask them about all the stuff, particulars that are going on. One of the things I'm trying to do today is to give you a sense of how 2014 compares to earlier years, in part because it's really good news. Provo residents see a lot of positive things going on, and this is reflected in a number of questions. So one of the very first questions is Provo headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? And you have 75% that say the right direction, up considerably from the previous 2 surveys that showed it at 60 and 66% respectively. So that's quite an impressive number for any jurisdiction. I think typically people are happier with local government than state or even especially national government, particularly around here, I suspect. But even still, that movement is impressive, and you'll get a sense of why, because there's a lot of positive movement elsewhere on particular items as we get into the survey. Another similar kind of question, all things considered, on a scale from 0 to 100, how would you rate your overall quality of life in Provo? We've got an average this year of 81, so we broke 80 for the first time. Again, an upward trajectory, not as big a difference as the right track question or right direction question, but higher and a slightly lower standard deviation, so a little more agreement. Another way to think of standard deviation, by the way, is it's kind of the spread of the distribution. So a smaller standard deviation means that the answers are more tightly distributed. They're more similar to each other. All right. So lower standard deviation, higher mean means there's more agreement that this is a nice place to live. Similar. another kind of question along these lines. How do you rate the service you receive from Provo for your tax dollar? 25% say excellent, another 60% or so say good. So overall, that's very high that say good or excellent. And that, again, not a lot of movement on good, but I think you've got fair moving to good and good moving to excellent over time, and a nice increase from previous years. So this is all similar signs on a variety of questions about the direction of Provo. One thing that I want to point out about this is that when you do a little more advanced statistical analysis, you can think about how what the city does, and particularly city departments and city employees, in terms of providing services and facilities, how that affects people's perceptions of quality of life. So I don't want to make too strong of a causal argument here, but I want to point out there is a very strong correlation. So when you do what's called a regression analysis, when you take their quality of life rating and try to predict it using an index of how they score a variety of city services and facilities, and you take the average, okay, the average score, and then controlling for a bunch of demographic factors. A city rating of city services produces a score in the regression that's about at the average of 81 that we saw at the earlier screen, right? When you move up a standard deviation above the average on the city services and facilities, you see that the predicted score for the quality of life goes up. And 2 standard deviations, it goes up even further. And what I'm trying to show you here through this picture and through what is admittedly a complicated statistical analysis is that what the city does in terms of facilities and services matters to the perceptions of quality of life of the residents. So as they rate things better in the city, the perception is that the quality of life here goes up. So you take an already high quality of life and you can jack it up even higher when you find people that are happy with what the city is providing. And likewise, you can drive it down among people that look around them at what the city is doing and are unhappy. Okay, so that's just gives you a sense of it does matter. What Provo City does matter to how citizens perceive their quality of life. Okay, this is a fun slide. If you looked at the survey results last year and combined these, you would have thought that the approval rating for a mayor couldn't go higher, and in fact it doesn't get much higher, but you do see a shift from approved to strongly approved. That's quite striking. Pretty impressive, 94% approval rating. I don't know of anyone that rates 90%, so that's quite stunning. If you look at the city council rating, legislative bodies typically don't rate as high as executives because you are a group and voters like some of you and dislike some of you, quite naturally. But as a group, you rate very high, and your rating has also gone up slightly over time. So nothing to be ashamed of here either, frankly. In fact, there's a lot to be proud of there. So an 80+% approval rating is astounding for a legislative body, to be honest. If you think about Congress being in the teens, that's quite good. And the state legislature typically in the 40s, maybe the 50s before the session, and the 40s after. This is quite good, very good. All right. This is kind of a busy graph, but just to give you a sense of what we asked, approximately how often have you done each of the following in downtown Provo? Red is weekly to daily. We've combined some things here because we've already got too many categories to display graphically, so we've combined them to try to give you a rough sense. But in terms of people that visit things weekly to daily, you see 13% get to a city park. You don't get a lot of weekly to daily for nightlife, live entertainment. That tends to be every few months to a few times. Or less than once a year, right? But you do get daily or weekly on restaurants or shopping in proportions that are reasonably high, 17% and 21% respectively. About nearly a third say they come down to work in downtown Provo. Okay. More helpful than this, perhaps, is to look at what's changing over time. The only thing that's increased in terms of places to visit downtown is the convention center. Understandably, our last survey came after it hadn't been open very long. Now that it's been open a little longer, there have been more events, people have been coming down. In terms of other things downtown, you don't see a lot of change over time in terms of the frequency. So we're not going down in terms of bringing people to downtown, but we're not going up, except for that convention center seems to have attracted a few more people.
The recreation center was
Not listed as something downtown. Maybe that runs counter to your zones. I don't know, but there wasn't. Okay. Other facilities, just citywide now. Any Provo Park, the library, the rec center, right? The cemetery, Peaks Ice Arena, the airport, Covey Center for the Arts, right? So a fair number of people coming weekly to daily to the rec center, about a fifth, and another over a quarter that say every few months to a few times a month. Okay, so a lot of people going to the new rec center. That's kind of interesting. Fairly high traffic at the library as well, at least every few months. And parks, just kind of what you would expect, I guess. What's increased is the rec center, the airport, and the web page. Okay, understandably, the web page is new, right? The rec center is new. The airport has shown increasing flights and is drawing more traffic than it used to. So those are all fairly straightforward to explain and positive things. Everything else has stayed about the same. Nothing has decreased over time. So we don't see any drop-off in these other facilities from previous surveys. Okay? We've asked people to rate their satisfaction with the following services on a 0 to 100 scale, and I'm just displaying the averages. I kind of took this right out of the report instead of trying to reorder them. Maybe I would have been more helpful to order them some highest to lowest and declare a winner. If you look at it carefully, you see the airport and the fire department, and maybe the parks and recreation are sort of vying for the top spot with the library. Perhaps more helpful than looking at these numbers is to look at this one, which we've isolated the ones that have changed over time. And again, lots of positive movement on things like the airport, parking. Understandably, you've done some things on parking recently. The rec center, you've done something recently. The web page, and we had to actually change this one from iProvo to Google Fiber. You see that go up. The only one that went down is trash collection, which is still kind of puzzling. I went back and checked the numbers just to make sure the students didn't do something wrong, and I didn't see a problem. And I just produced a quick distribution of all the answers, just to see what was going on here. Here's 2012. You don't see a lot of people answering down on below 50. A lot of people click on 50 when they don't know what to do. So this is why you see this spike right in the middle. People will get to it and say, I don't know, trash collection, and couldn't care less, and they click 50. But then otherwise, you get a lot of high ratings last year and not so much this year. It's a lot more evenly distributed. I'm still kind of puzzled by that. But it ought to at least provoke some questions among people that do the trash collection, just to see if there's something particular people.
Is there a recycling specific question in there?
There was not. So if there's been some change in policy that might explain this, that would be pretty interesting to sort of
guessing, to speculate.
Yeah. But I didn't know of any. So I thought this was an interesting kind of thing that is a benefit of doing this kind of work when you're not necessarily expecting to see anything, but you do see it, and then you can go looking to see what could have led to this. Is there something we're not sort of noticing that we might adjust? So that was just one that popped out, where for the most part you see a lot of continuity from year to year in these ratings, or rises that can be easily explained by the fact that you've made significant alterations that people perceive as improvements. Right? Okay. The next thing we did was we did a number of what we call survey experiments. When I say experiment, we're not really, we're not poking people with needles or anything. All we're doing here is using the software that we use for the survey to randomly assign people to one, usually of two different conditions, okay? Where we make a slight alteration in a question wording and present it one way to one half and the other way to the other half. Okay? The theory being, and this I think works out pretty well, that often these questions that we ask are predicted by a bunch of characteristics: ideology, political party, age, gender, residential status, whether they are homeowners or not, or neighborhood, all sorts of things predict these. If you do random assignment, all of those characteristics get randomly distributed evenly through the two groups. Therefore, if you are left with any differences between the groups, you know that the differences are due to that difference in question wording. So you can, this is a really good way to isolate, how big a difference does it make when we do A versus B? Holding everything else constant by randomly assigning all of those characteristics to the two groups, okay? So we did 3 survey experiments this year, and with some pretty surprising results in some cases, okay? The first one has to do with the city center. So there's been some talk of a new city center facility being built. So the way to read this, it's a little confusing, but the way to read this is to think about this whole text appearing on a screen, okay? That's kind of long. This is another advantage of an online survey format. You don't have to read this to people and expect that they understand it when they hear it. They can read it on their screen. They can go back and reread it if they get distracted, and they can read it as many times as they like until they understand it, or think they understand it enough, okay? If you just substitute right when you break here, put this sentence in for question 12, version 1, and then keep reading. So Provo would enter into a public-private partnership with a private business. Provo City would gain a new city center building at the cost to the city, blah, blah, blah. You read to the end. On this version, you end at the period here, you start a new sentence. Provo would give the land to a developer and would lease the new city center building at a cost to the city taxpayer. So it's a slight difference. Here it says public-private. Here it says give the land to a developer. Now, both of those happen to be true under the current proposal. So there's not a deception going on here. We're not lying. We're just altering to see if you call it a public-private partnership, how is it perceived? If you say we're giving the land to a developer, how is it perceived? Okay. Public-private partnership is a slight winner over private only, giving it to the developer. Okay, so you can quibble with the wordings we came up with, but we kind of chose them. How might we describe this? And we kind of came up with 2 options that seemed reasonable and tested them. That is a statistically significant difference given especially our large sample size. It's kind of driven by sample size. So if you favor that kind of development, I would recommend talking about it in terms of a public-private partnership, is I guess what I would say as a political scientist and a sort of political operative hat on. Okay, care tax. There's also been some talk about a care tax. So we tested 2 different versions. If an election were held today to increase the sales tax in Provo by 1/10%, or from 6.75 to 6.85. Now again, those are exactly the same, right? To benefit parks, trails, this all was kept constant. So just the 1/10% versus 6.75 to 6.85. Survey says you get a very slight difference, although it's not statistically significant, so I wouldn't write home about it very much. It is kind of notable to see the difference on definitely favor, which is why I left it broken out up here. So what's going on there? I think 1/10% sounds a little more palatable to a set of people who are kind of indifferent. Okay, I guess so, and they go for it. Also notable is the fact that either way, you get about 2/3 in favor. Okay, so if I were to say, how would I put it on the ballot? If I were in favor of it, I'd probably go with this, even though it's not a big difference. But there's that. By the way, I did put it up. Oh, good. Okay. One thing to do, so you can just combine those 2 versions together now for this analysis, because they're really not that different. And then you can say, okay, if I take the approval, an approval index, and I think it's now in my notes back there, and I can't remember, but it's the mayor approval, city council approval, and a couple of other questions. You read it there, Corey?
Yeah, it says we create a standardized index measure that incorporates respondent approval of the mayor, the council, overall Provo quality of life, and the value that Provo City delivers per tax dollar.
So about 4 of those early questions in the survey: value per tax dollar, quality of life, mayor approval, city council approval, and we indexed it and then divided it into percentiles. So the high approval is the top quarter percentile, the low approval is the bottom quarter, and the average is the 25th to the 75th. Okay, and you can see that you get a lot more definitely vote in favor among people that are really happy with the way things are going in Provo. Not surprising. They're going to trust Provo with a little more tax dollar if they like the way that things are going already. Okay, that seems very straightforward. but nonetheless, it kind of jumps out at you in a graphic like this. Okay, now then we moved after the would you vote for or against to, suppose it were to pass, how would you prioritize spending? We had 5 categories, and for ease of display, I've just given the average ranking. So ranking 1 was they wanted it more, so this was sort of a drag and drop exercise where they could order the 5 things. So everything was either 1 or through 5, and all got assigned a number on everyone's survey. Parks were ranked the highest on average, followed by trails, followed by the arts, followed by local nonprofits, followed by city-owned rec facilities. Not surprising in part because they just built one, so why dedicate funds here? Although this parks finding and trails is very consistent to work I've seen on care tax in Orem and the ZAP tax in Salt Lake County. It's much more palatable for most residents to hear talk about it in terms of parks and trails than it is in terms of arts. That hurts a little bit as somebody married to a modern dancer who does the arts, but whatever, right? This is how it is, okay? Percent ranked first or second, about 2/3 rank parks first or second, about half, a little less than half rank trails as first or second, and then it goes down after that. So you do have a significant group that likes the arts, it just doesn't quite rank as high. Okay, that's news you can use if you head in that direction at some point. This is another topic that's been of interest in Provo over the last year or so, and we did another experiment here, an anti-discrimination ordinance. So question 27 had a very simple, straightforward question that said race, gender, age, and religion as attributes protected. Okay. The other random half was assigned a version that added sexual orientation and gender identity. Okay. Anyone want to bet on whether there's a difference or not? Shockingly, there is absolutely no difference. I was really surprised by this. So not only is it more than 2/3 in favor that approve of this, but adding adding that version with sexual orientation, there's absolutely nothing to diminish the overall levels of support. I was really surprised by this. I thought for sure there would be a difference. Part of that might be due to the fact that there is a group that turns to opposing an ordinance when sexual orientation is taken out. Okay, it's a small group in Provo, but there is a group that says, "Hey, where's sexual orientation in that list? I can't be for this if it doesn't include it." But I'm a little more surprised that including it doesn't drive a large amount of opposition. Okay. What does it look like by ideology? Now, you'll notice we have strong, moderate, conservative, middle of the road, and we've put moderate liberal and strong liberal together. Why? We don't have enough of them to analyze separately, so we've combined them. Doesn't matter, turns out. They're very much in favor, so that, either way, it's going to be fine. But look at this. Look at strong conservative. Even strong conservative has a majority in favor of such an ordinance, whether you include it, which is actually a little lower, strangely, or not. Okay. So this is the mode in Provo. Most people identify as moderate conservatives, and that's right where the question distribution lands on the previous slide. Okay. Okay. Bus rapid transit. We're hitting all the hot points here. All right. Notice the one thing about this question is its length, right? It kind of blows you away here. This is for sure a question that would be extremely difficult to do over the phone. So I'm very pleased when you do something like this on the online format. You can have a longer question and you can load it up with a description. I hesitate to show this kind of description to a group that has talked as much about BRT as you all have, because I'm sure you'll find something not to like in what we came up with, but there it is nonetheless. We tried to be sort of as dispassionate and straightforward as we could about it, so I'll pause and allow you to take it all in for a moment.
is there any notable reduction in the response rate to the item?
No, actually, and oddly, we thought there might be a higher don't know to this, and I don't have this in the slides, but for everyone who said don't know initially, we followed up with a, okay, well, if you had to say, and if they still insisted on saying don't know, we said, okay, why did you say don't know? And that final one, we're not left with a lot of people that are uncertain. And you do get, anyone who's gotten this far in the survey is sort of committed to stick it out, I suppose. So, all right, so now with bated breath, here are the results. Strongly, somewhat opposed, strongly opposed. So you do get a large majority that strongly or somewhat favor BRT. Now, again, the question wording, as you note, skirts some of the controversy about where the routes go. That was intentional in the sense that if we went down that rabbit hole, we could dedicate a whole survey to the issue, and we decided we had a lot of things to ask about, and we would be better off just getting a general sense of favorability. And we could tackle an entire survey on this if it comes to that, but I think we'll maybe pass that one. Let's see. So nearly 80%. Okay, I didn't get that right. Yeah. Here it is by neighborhood, with the tree streets broken out, which was where the center of the controversy, I think, was. We define that as precincts 11 and 36, for lack of an easier way to do it. We can't really do it based on street address. You have to kind of use those political boundaries. What do you see here? Well, turns out that even in the tree streets, you get about 60+% that favor it. The one thing that does jump out right here is this strong opposition of about a quarter of that neighborhood. So this helps to put some numbers on, I'm sure, what you saw and heard for weeks there a few months ago. Okay. We'll end with this one. Kind of a speculative question on which of the following comes closest to how you currently see Provo, and then a random half was given how you see Provo in the future. So everyone just got one of these, not both, right? And it's kind of interesting to see that no matter if you phrase it in terms of now or the future, most people say a suburban residential town. But if you break it up, then the future, people prefer this suburban residential town with tight-knit neighborhoods and a downtown shopping and commercial center versus a population center with a small town feel, which is what you get now, but people don't see it staying that way. It's more of a downtown shopping and commercial center. Not a lot of movement toward this urban population center. So the urban label doesn't stick with people in Provo as much as a suburban town with a nice downtown area. So again, we struggled with the wording here. Have we got this right or not? But this seemed to feel pretty good in terms of when we did it. And that's what I've got. I think I'm done on 30 minutes instead of 45. If there are questions I can answer, I'm happy to take a few questions. There are a few more questions. There were a bunch of airport questions that I chose not to bore you with, but they were in there, and some other things. But this is the main thrust of what I think is most interesting.
And this will be available to all members of the
Sure.
council. Did I understand correctly that the new course that you mentioned,
yes,
from which this came,
yes,
was actually driven by this particular survey?
Yeah, we did the whole course around a project. So we treated the city as our client, as a class. We had Corey Norman come early in the semester and talk about stuff that was going on, and had the students sort of follow it on the web page and in the news and collect some information. And we peppered him with questions about this. And then we took the past instruments and decided what we wanted to repeat and what we could toss and what needed, so we could sort of use our 15 minutes or so of survey time in the best way possible. And then we worked to produce a report and this analysis. And it's a very good experience.
So imagine this. The Provo City government, including municipal council, has actually driven curriculum at BYU.
That's a first, or maybe not. I don't know. But We hope to keep doing it. It's a great experience for students. It's led to, I think, 1 or 2 internships down here and in other local areas. It's led to some very good survey research experience. It has led to some good employment as well. And it's very fun data to look at. And I'm happy if there's additional analysis, things that you're curious about, some kind of subgroup analysis that you want to see. I'm happy to custom produce a little bit of that for people that would like to see it.
Do you ever break down any of the data by precinct?
There's not usually enough respondents by precinct to do that. You can combine precincts. If there's a set of precincts you can lump together to make a neighborhood that is sort of sensible, that can be done. But by precinct, we do a little bit of map making by precinct, but it's a little tenuous because you do get, sometimes it's 15 or 20 respondents in a precinct only, depending on which part of town. And others you get quite a few, so it kind of is uneven there.
But do you do this project for any other cities?
Not through BYU. I've done other work outside of BYU for other cities. The work for Provo City actually comes, it takes more time with students, but it's also much less costly. You get a really good deal.
This is win-win.
This is a win-win. The students win. I think Provo wins, especially if you're patient enough to see results of a survey in August that was done in March and April.
What was most surprising to you in this survey?
I've done a fair amount of work in Salt Lake and statewide on a non-discrimination thing, so I really expected to see a difference there, and that just shocked me. The overall BRT favorability was higher than I thought it was going to be given the controversy that we saw. So I don't think that favorability reflects the balance of what we saw in terms of the press and other things. Now, it doesn't quite maybe capture the strength of opinion and the strength of opposition that some people feel for it, but nonetheless, those were kind of both surprising.
It does make me wonder how the number of people that come down and talk to us about this when we have the public hearing is different from what you get. Most people were opposed to the BRT that came and actually spoke.
It's very instructive.
Yeah, it is. I think it is a good check to get data like this to sort of reorient yourself to the fact that people that show up to speak at meetings are not a representative sample. And I think I can defend this as a representative sample much more easily.
Many of the Tree Street neighbors were in favor of BRT. They just favored a different route.
Yes, that could be very well the case.
Well, thank you for making this available to us, and I trust that as we examine it with more time to do so, there may very well be some requests to you for further analysis.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Garrett, discussion on the joint resolution in support of using the state ethics committee for ethics control.
In our recent meeting 2 weeks ago, we talked about work that we've done as a governance committee, and are going down the path of preparing a joint resolution for your consideration that would support using the state ethics commission, as opposed to the other options that were considered. Thank you. Including an interlocal agreement or a municipal approach to addressing ethics concerns. And so what Brian has circulated here is a first draft of the proposed joint resolution. As you recall, and you might have seen in your materials today, the proposed interlocal agreement that is between Payson, Pleasant Grove, Spanish Fork, and Springville, and I believe it's soon to be Orem as well, and then also the memorandum that was prepared by Heather, identifying advantages and disadvantages that we talked about 2 weeks ago. And then lastly, there was also included in your materials the proposed ordinance for the interlocal agreement. So we wanted to solicit any additional input or feedback you might have on this proposed joint resolution, which would be in support of using the State Ethics Review Commission to handle any concerns that surface or are brought to our attention.
Yes. If I might, since this just got handed out, I apologize for the delay, but since this just got handed out, I'd point out that my suspicion is if there's anywhere in here that some changes may need to be made, it's probably in the first paragraph, the last paragraph on the first page. The prior paragraphs are really pretty just fact specific about what the situation is. That last paragraph is the one where we made an attempt to lay out what we thought the criteria were that were evaluated in deciding to go with the state commission. So, you know, if there are changes to that, if those aren't the right criteria, or if we need to word them better, that's probably where the changes would be made, I suspect.
Thanks, Brad. Relative to point number 3 on line 35, conservation of time and resources at the local level, Heather pointed out in her email that one of the advantages is the distribution of cost among participating cities, the advantage of an interlocal agreement, where using the, and that may be true, that those costs are distributed among the local municipalities, but by using the state commission, we don't have a cost. So there's really only a cost if we use the interlocal commission. Dave, any other points that we should raise?
It looks like the description of principles fits pretty well, if I remember from the reasons that we gave for that recommendation. I have 2 questions. Are you recommending a motion to move this to our next council?
Yes.
And I wonder whether you considered, were that to be adopted, then could we use the issue that precipitated this, your committee's analysis and this resolution as a kind of trials for the use for submission to the state commission?
No way in there. And
please.
Yeah. Well, let me clarify if I understand what you mean, because I think what you're alluding to is the complaint that was made during the BRT. In my mind, I could be wrong here. That complaint wasn't actually what precipitated this conversation. This conversation was, in my mind, precipitated by the fact that Heather from Orem and Orem City and other cities in the interlocal agreement have been asking us for 2 years now if we want to be part of the interlocal, and we're asking that question again recently. And I think that's what really drove this issue. Now, to the extent that I may be wrong about that, and to answer your question specifically, the specific complaint that was made is a complaint about violation of the state rules of professional conduct for attorneys. And this commission only has jurisdiction over violations of the Municipal Employees and Officers Ethics Act. So we would not consider such a.
Thank you for that clarification.
I have a question.
Please.
So from what I understand, the interlocal agreement, if they came to a decision, they would bring their findings to the council for a final decision. Is that correct? And I'm wondering if that's so, would the state do the same thing? Would they gather their findings and bring that to the affected council for a final decision? Is that?
Yes, that's correct. Under neither scenario does the commission have any actual authority to impose any kind of penalty. In both cases, the commission just refers their findings and recommendations back to the city for the city to take action.
Okay, thank you.
Given the clarification that Mr. Jones provided, do you anticipate following up with a specific recommendation for dealing with the the issue raised by Mr. Costa.
Yes, yes, we're working on that separately.
Fine.
We'll bring that back to the subsequent meeting.
Given the disposition of our council committee, I provide a motion to move the matter to the council meeting on the 2nd of September. Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Second, Mr. Winterton. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. And now we turn to Ryan Freeman for an update on progress regarding the community congregational church project located generally at 175 North University Avenue.
So I can put this in? Is the second one.
And to aid our viewing of the contrast.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys inviting me down to share with you this really exciting project. My name is Ryan Freeman. I'm with Forge Companies. We're the developer that's doing the 63 project down on Center Street as well. And, just have been overwhelmed with our experience in Provo in a very good way. We're excited to see the growth that's happening here, excited to see the demand for housing, and especially the higher end urban style housing. And this project here was an RFP that was put out by the Provo Congregational Church. And we competed with, I want to say they said 10 other developers. And we were chosen to do this. And really this is a project that, quite frankly, I'm not looking at from a financial term at all. This is more, more of a creative process for us. We kind of look at this building as something that's really iconic. And when we were approached by the church, that was one of the first things that we came to really quickly, which was, this has got to be saved. They were having hard times financially, had to let their pastor go, and there were talks of losing this building. And to me, I think there's something really special about Provo, especially what's happening now with other denominations, other viewpoints, other things that are going on in the city that I think is really bringing a unique dynamic to Provo. It's pretty exciting. This is the right button. Yeah. So the little description about the project. What we're proposing is to completely renovate the church. We've commissioned Tom Holdman. He's a gentleman who works with the LDS Church a lot in their temples, all the stained glass and things that he's done in those buildings. In fact, he's doing a temple in Paris right now to rival. He's sitting, doing all kinds of amazing work. So rivals some of the greatest artists of all time. And then new pipe organ. And really, our approach here was, with the loss of the tabernacle especially, we're looking for opportunities to come and rescue some of those uses that would be lost with the tabernacle loss. And so we're bringing in the pipe organ to be a concert quality organ, some really beautiful glass, and just a community space that's not just used for the church, of course, but also for Provo in general and the public. We also, and I'll show you some renderings that we have as well, but we're contemplating gathering areas and other spaces in the project that can be used for public events, concerts, really any number of things. Then adjacent to that, we will demo the building that's adjacent to the A-frame, and in its place construct a retail restaurant on the ground floor with 56 apartment units above. Very similar to what we did over at 63. A little bit bigger units. We've got some more space to work with over there. a little bit bigger units and a lot more, a little bit different project, but basically the same type of concept. This is the rendering. It's really rough, so it'll look prettier as we come along here. We've only been going on this for about a month now or so. But as you can see, all the residents will have incredible views, and really our other goal was to engage University Avenue, especially with VRT now going down. We wanted this to be just a really active, walkable kind of feel. So as you can see down here on the bottom, that's the restaurant space. And then over there on the other side, our church uses with classrooms and offices and stuff. This next one, you can see some of the more public spaces. Those terraces we're kind of have those earmarked for gathering and different events that can go on up there. It will be used by the church as well, but there's certainly opportunities for the public to use those spaces, as well as the residents in the apartment community. Just another shot here. Kind of the overall deal structure we put together with them. Forge agreed again to come in and renovate the sanctuary component. So what we're calling that is basically the A-frame. There's a long kind of shorter building that's next to it that would come down, but the sanctuary would be preserved, and then we would add that auxiliary space, like the classrooms and offices and things. And then the church has agreed to donate the land adjacent for the apartment project. What we've worked out is we would basically appraise the land, get a value put on the land, and then we would fund all the expense for the project, including the renovation. And then the church's share in that would be the cost relative to the value of the land. So if it's a $10 million project and the value of the land's $1 million, they would get a 10% profit sharing interest in the apartments as well. And then the other thing we were doing, just again to preserve the structure, the church structure, the sanctuary, we're splitting them into two parcels so that if something ever were to happen with the apartment project and it didn't succeed, that the actual church wasn't affected by that financially. They can continue to operate and run and not have any debt or any encumbrances on their property. That was basically all on the church side. Mayor Curtis wanted me to update you guys on 63 as well, but before I went any further, was there any questions on this project?
So does the church control all of the land there, Ryan, or were there other parcels west behind the church that belong to another party?
The deal that we're working on now is just the church-owned property, and they do own all that, free of any encumbrances. So it's a pretty easy structure, I should say. But we are looking at acquiring other parcels. One of the issues that we've run up against, of course, is many of the projects do in Provo is parking. Downtown Provo is parking. So we're trying to gauge: do we lessen the number of units? Do we increase the parking by acquiring other parcels? We're still trying to decide that. One of the things that we were hoping to have a conversation with Bill at some point with the RDA about possibly building another structure. I'm not sure if that's needed or wanted at this point, but there's some opportunities behind the church that I think could be a really great location for that and help out University a lot, University Avenue.
I've been in the sanctuary itself, but there's the building that's just to the south of it that looks like that's being removed. What's the history of that building? Is it offices now? When was that built?
Yeah, that was actually the more historic building. In fact, when they first contacted me and I just looked at a Google map of the project and kind of started thinking about what I would want to do, my immediate attention went to that building, quite honestly. And I said, okay, that's the one that has to be preserved in the A-frame. You know, may not be the necessary structure to keep. But then I walked in, and the sanctuary has a really powerful feeling. I mean, I walked in, and you can feel the love that the members have for each other, and it was a really special opportunity. So as soon as I walked in, I said, guys, my perspective has changed. I think I know what I would personally do. But the history of that building, it was built, I believe, in the 20s. It's got a lot of interesting historic elements to it, which we were planning on salvaging and using on various parts of this new building. But right now, it's not very well used. I mean, there's a meeting area up there that is a little rough, and they have a couple offices and things in there, but most of the activity happens over on the other side.
What is the seating capacity, or will it be, of the sanctuary you mentioned, taking the place of the tabernacle?
Yeah, and I should qualify too. I mean, nothing is ever going to take the place of the tabernacle, especially with the seating capacity, but just that special feel that we get in there. But right now, I believe the seating capacity is 350, and we're hoping to add maybe 50 more seats into that. So it's not going to be a huge venue, but it's, it's something that can have Christmas programs and other type of things there that can be really fun.
How open is the church to community events? I mean, I know that some churches will not be as open to the community.
They're very open to it. In fact, that I should have mentioned, that was part of our agreement. That was my interest in the project, is bringing something to the community that's wonderful and a great gathering place. So that was one of my hot buttons, was to make sure that was open to the public and available. So it didn't take too much pushing. They were already well ahead of me there. They're very open to it.
Will the scheduling be left to the discretion of the congregation?
We're going to have a property management company of sorts that'll handle all the bookings and all that, and then it'll be separate from the apartment side, but it'll specifically focus on the venues and different things that go in there. We're not sure yet on how specifically it's going to get managed, but it's definitely something that we're planning on doing.
Presumably, though, the congregation would retain veto power over the events that would occur there, much as with the tabernacle, for example.
Yeah, this is very much, you're right. I mean, this is very much a partnership in all intents of the word, and so I'm also going to be a part of that decision too, or part of my company, I should say. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this as a wholesome environment. I think the congregation would share my sentiments that we don't want something that's not appropriate for what I think Provo is culturally.
Other questions?
Okay, great. And so the second part to this is just an update on the 63 project. We just as a quick precursor, we acquired the Traverse Mountain development a couple of years ago in Lehigh. And after my experience here in Provo and after getting started with 63, we have either joint ventured or have sold off property so that we can focus 100% on downtown Provo. I really believe in this place. It's incredible, the market response that we're getting with these projects. The 80 East one that's directly behind this, they haven't even started really telling the public yet, and we're getting emails and phone calls very, very regularly wanting space there. So I think this is definitely a place that is going to do very, very well. We're about 50% pre-leased on our apartment units, which never happens ever in apartments. You have to have those things built with models before people will sign leases, but we have about 50% of people have put down deposits and have signed agreements, and it's pretty incredible. We're getting pretty close to Salt Lake County, or Salt Lake City, downtown Salt Lake City, rents per square foot. So it's pretty exciting. And then on the ground floor, the restaurant space is 100% leased. So we're making really great progress over there, and we're looking to deliver the project just before Christmas. And our trajectory stays the same. We're going to probably be 100% occupied before we open the door. So it was a good investment for the city, I hope. And I'm like I said, I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with you guys.
Mr. Winterton, are you impressed?
Your occupancy, what are you finding those tenants to be as far as residential? What's the mix?
It's a great demographic. We have everything from BYU professors to New State employees. We have some students, but it's mostly either graduate or senior level at BYU. The one that's surprising me, I shouldn't say it's surprising me, but it's just been an interesting poll, is there's been several people that are serving missions in other parts of the world. We just signed a lease with someone who's serving in Japan for the LDS Church. And they've had a home in Provo prior to going on their mission. They wanted to be by the temple, and they didn't want a yard. So they leased a unit at 63. So it's been a really great demographic, good, solid group of tenants, and I think it's the type of tenants you dream about in one of the projects.
Thank you on both counts.
Sure, you bet. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Much obliged to you.
Sure, my pleasure.
We invite Ms. Tara Riddle to present a review of plans for a proposed funeral home located at 4800 North University.
Speak on this item. Up on 4800 North University Avenue, just next to Foothill Drive and University Avenue, there's a property where we're reviewing a funeral home proposal to be built there. If you guys remember, it's a property that the city owned and has sold to the applicant. And as part of that sale, there's the stipulation that the council has the final opportunity to review the architecture and materials and then make an approval on that. And so at this time, we wanted to bring it to the council to review the most current materials and architecture that we've received. The architect, Gil Rand, is here. Field some questions and show you those materials. And, we have a set of materials, boards, and elevations from when the design review committee approved the architecture, and since then they've submitted some revised drawings. So there's both of those here for you to review.
Thank you. Please, we invite you to share your creation with us.
Yeah,
Did they give you the
Are these the aim?
They're like those models.
Yeah, there's just some 3D models. There's somewhere good to set this up. Materials.
Just right there on the chair. You can probably
We've taken, when I did the renderings, I took some of the trees out because you couldn't see the building with the trees that were there, so we eliminated some of those in some of our renderings. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that the second model as compared to the first model, that's probably when the stucco was introduced. Was there much stucco on that first model with the other stone? You mentioned
when we were
cross-
using this stone, there was no stucco. It was all stone.
All stone.
Yeah. And it was a matter of either we made some changes or we didn't build the building.
So the elevations that we have that show stone are incorrect?
Yes, this was the original building. The shape of the building doesn't change at all. We keep all of the same elements. It was a matter of the materials is really the only thing that changed. And ironically, if Bill Petroni was here, he's not here. Bill was totally opposed to this design, this original design. He didn't like having all of this. Well, I should say his feeling that he got from the council was that we should have been using stucco and stone to reflect more what was happening with the project across the streets. And but originally we were trying to get a different feel. The material that we originally were used or proposed was there's a building further south on University. I can't remember what it's called now. Ken Harris was the architect, but they used the sandstone material.
I think it's
on
the
it.
medical center.
Yes,
It's
it
just
is.
south of Jamestown.
That's it. Yeah. And that's what kind of direction we originally thought we would go, but it just didn't work out.
Other questions or comments?
I'm sorry, did you mention parking? Did you talk about parking? How many stalls?
More than what is required by the city.
For this use?
And I don't remember exactly all of the numbers, but I know we're in excess of what the minimum requirement was. Or, yeah. If it was 86, or if it was 76, we were like 86 or 90 spaces.
Matt, is this item scheduled for a council meeting?
No, I don't think that's required by the agreement. My understanding was that it was to be.
For informational.
Well, you
No.
need to approve it, but I don't think it has to take a formal council action to approve it.
I
You just
understand.
need a general direction so that they can proceed further. So I don't think, if you're ready to act, I think you can act.
So would this be considered our approval or
It
not?
would- I think it would be, yeah, there's no requirement for resolution.
There happened to be
There's a consensus in the group, and I think they can move forward. Sarah, you read it that way as well.
We need to go back to DMC.
Yeah, I think it would have to go back to design review, is that correct?
Yes.
I don't think it would have to go
May
back
I
to design
may I ask
review.
your disposition on the matter?
I have a question about the roof. Is it tile roof? What kind of material is used on the roof?
It's an asphalt shingle, an architectural type, so it's got some thickness and
So it's the asphalt tile, it's the flat asphalt tile?
yes, and actually the one we're using is kind of grayish, warm gray with some browns in it.
Okay. And you said the neighborhood was in agreement on that? Is there a neighborhood representative there, or you met with them somewhere?
Neighborhood, if
They haven't seen the revised one, though. If we need to go back to them, we certainly will.
Mr. Sewell, do you have any advice to give on that matter?
I don't have any concerns.
Mr. Hinton?
No, just help us protect us on that landscaping
You
coming out of the
know,
canyon.
I promise you, look at the landscape plan, you'll be very, very pleased with it. It's outstanding.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Much obliged for the information. And now, finally, Back to Mr. Taylor for discussion regarding a proposed ordinance amending section 15.04.030 minimum acreage requirements of the Provo City Code to reduce or eliminate the minimum acreage requirement for a subdivision, which currently may not be less than 3 acres unless the planning commission determines the area is an infill area and cannot reasonably be combined with adjacent properties. This is number 14.
So I'm going to pass down 2 documents. So one is the original proposal from the planning division, was included in your materials. The second page is a revised proposal alternative for your consideration that addresses a couple different concerns that both Brian Jones and myself raised. As we sat down with Brian Maxfield to understand where the planning division was headed with this proposal, I think that helped clarify and resolve some of our issues, but we still move forward to prepare an alternative to address the remaining outstanding issues. To preface the planning division's proposal and why they came forward with this, you may recall there was this is actually in response to a specific application from a property owner in the city, proposing, essentially, he didn't propose actual text, he just essentially proposed just to eliminate the provision. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was certainly, I don't think, something planning, and Brian can speak more to that, but I don't think that was in their interest, but it did cause the planning division an opportunity to evaluate what was on the books, and certainly in the context of what is the right standard for how we obtain integrated development of adjacent parcels. Now, as we go into several other sections of city code, it does make clear that it is a goal to, and also the general plan, to create an interconnected network of streets. That's also, I think, reinforced in Vision 2030. Occasionally, or more than occasionally, if you don't properly plan for the future, you can get situations where a developer will come in, they'll just want to develop their one little parcel, and they'll come in with a little cul-de-sac and say, I want to do this one little cul-de-sac, with no consideration of how adjacent properties will develop. Sometimes that lack of foresight will cause problems down the road. At a minimum, might cause problems such as maybe infrastructure is in a way of where we really need to put sewer and water and potentially energy, storm draining facilities. And so just on a basic infrastructure perspective, it makes some sense as we develop small pieces of ground that we look at them more comprehensively. From a walkability and neighborhood design and other planning standpoints, we have codes talking about stubbing streets into adjacent properties for connectivity. That's actually a requirement of the city code already to stub streets into adjacent property unless it's demonstrated that there's not a practical alternative and that would allow for a cul-de-sac design or some other type of arrangement. The challenge has been for planners, I believe, and I think Brian can affirm this, is even with all the foresight that they have in the back of their minds, these properties can come forward and things are missed, opportunities are lost. Now, some questions were raised to me yesterday at the council policy lunch with citizens about, why this 3-acre threshold. And I don't have a definitive answer, only a, I think, well-informed hypothesis. And that the 3-acre threshold is derived from Planning Commission bylaws about who approves what and how.
Right, whether it's
Administrative or Planning Commission. So if we think about the Planning Commission's authority to approve things, they have executive administrative authority over all things that the council has zoned and put development standards in place. If the requested development doesn't have the zoning or standards in place, at that point they need to request a change to the ordinance or zoning map. In those cases, comes to the council for consideration. So it requires a legislative action. And those are typically the land use issues the council will see. Those require some co-legislative action to facilitate a project. But if there is no legislative action required, council, you'll never see those projects, similar to our earlier discussion about the TOD zone. In those cases, the Planning Commission holds the administrative and executive authority to approve the plan per the rules and that the council has outlined. Now, at some point, the Planning Commission, now that authority extends all the way from subdivision approvals, project plan approvals, all the way down to building permits. You can think about the volume of work that the Planning Commission would have to do to review all those applications. Some smaller jurisdictions still hold on to all that, either because they don't have the staff to do it or because they just don't want to give it up. The Planning Commission at some point in the past adopted a set of bylaws which delegated administrative authority to approve certain things to the staff. Okay, that included things like building permits and conditional use permits in some instances. It also included subdivisions and project plans, and they determined certain thresholds for what projects would go to the Planning Commission for their continued review. I'm assuming because they felt the larger project still warranted an extra pair of eyes. And they didn't, plus they needed something to do to fill their agendas. However, a lot of the more smaller or minor things, they said, let's delegate to staff. We just have too much, let's delegate to staff. And somebody asked, you know, is there some type of metric or standard about this 3 acre? No, I think it was just that felt good. You know, there's a similar threshold for the number of residential units for the size of an industrial commercial development. If it's over a certain square feet, Planning Commission retained executive authority. If it's under a certain square feet or number of units, they delegate it to staff. So I don't think there's anything really magical about the number other than what the Planning Commission felt comfortable with at the time they developed the bylaws. Since they developed the bylaws, and since that sort of became the threshold, 3 acres, for what they would review and what they wouldn't review, that number's creeped in and been incorporated into various city codes, and this is one of them, this infill determination. Now, thinking about the logic behind the infill determination in the original code, I did a little research to find out, okay, when did this come into play? And I didn't get too far other than the last time this was evaluated as part of a comprehensive revision of Title 15. So that I don't know if there's much of a specific discussion about why the standard was put in without doing more extensive research, because it was sort of put in with an omnibus package of other provisions. But again, I think my earlier statements of why an infill provision ring true, and I wish I had prepared some slides to give you some examples of oddball scenarios that happen too frequently that gum up the works for more larger integrated development. Okay. Now, so sometimes though, you know, I think the easiest example to throw out would maybe be the subdivision in the farmer's field. Okay, you got a farmer's field, and Grandma Jones left, you know, little Timmy 2.5 acres for his house, and he sat on it for the last 25 years and hasn't done anything with it. But everything else around it is still pasture, still farm. And I think a provision like this would say, hey, you know, if you only have a couple acres, again, let's think about this more comprehensively. Let's ensure that that vacant parcel is integrated into a broader context. There may be the opposite that is true. Maybe the farmer field developed many years ago, and we now have this leftover remnant parcel. and there's really no opportunity to get a street stub into that parcel. There's without tearing down. I mean, it's just impractical without tearing down homes and other things to actually integrate that property now because it's surrounded. I think that was the intent to say is for someone to make a determination: is this infill or is this not? Now the question was raised: would repealing this provision as it currently stands just open the door wide open for all sorts of smaller subdivisions? I don't think repealing this subdivision makes that a reality any more than it is today. Every subdivision less than 3 acres goes to the planning commission staff, not the planning commission. If they don't need a rezone and they have the zoning in place, staff will make that determination whether it's infill or not. Okay, and that happens probably at least a dozen times a year, if not more, a couple dozen times a year, depending on the volume of applications we receive. So, but there are situations where the staff would like to look at things more comprehensively to help them in that determination. Is this infill or not? Do we need a street stub connection? Do we need to be able, think a little bit beyond the property we're currently looking at? And so what you have in this more formal ordinance was the original proposal. When feasible, all proposed subdivisions shall be designed to be integrated through street and or pedestrian connections to adjacent subdivisions or to undeveloped lands having similar land use designation on the general plan. And B, proposed subdivisions adjacent to vacant lands or similar land use designation on the general plan shall submit with the preliminary plan application a viable conceptual layout, development layout to include those undeveloped areas up to a distance of 600 feet for the proposed subdivision. Sorry, I have to 500, so if you want to fight on that, I wasn't being that specific on.
I was thinking 495.
Yeah. Dan goes best. So I actually really appreciate where the planning division is coming from. Again, they're trying to think comprehensively. Let's not create a situation where we're kicking ourselves in the future because a small subdivision sort of gummed up the works. The concern I raised a couple of weeks ago was there was not really too much of a bright line standard about how do you determine if the conceptual plan is sufficient or not. Does it have enough? Is there enough guidance in the ordinance to say this napkin sketch fulfills a requirement? And if the napkin sketch, it still was sort of subjective. One, would the subjective in the sense that the developer and the planners may disagree on subjectivity and what's the standard for approval. Are we going to hold up a subdivision because we don't have a clear standard of what is this concept plan acceptable or not? Second concern is, I think we resolved in this proposal is what would be the statutory authority of that concept plan once accepted by the Planning Commission or their designee, either way. And so Brian Jones and I sat down. Unfortunately, we missed Brian. That's not his fault, just scheduling conflicts. But I think we've had a chance for him to look at that now. They're comfortable with the language developed. And the way that we handle those questions is still requiring a concept plan, but to give it a little more guidance, we also require that it's submitted with either a preliminary plan or a final plan, because that will affect different types of subdivisions will require different levels of application. And so this captures all potential subdivisions, whether it's on the preliminary side or the final side. Now, why that's important is because depending on the size of the subdivision, you might skip preliminary, go straight to final. So either way, they'd have to require this concept plan would be required. Like I said earlier, we already have standards in place that require street stub connections, require distance requirements, and how these things are to be laid out, and so the concept plan would be required to show general compliance with those standards. Developable land, street standards, lot standards, lot standards. That would give planning clear guidance whether the plan was acceptable or not. And if there was an argument, they could point to a standard. Well, here's the standard. Under number 3, preliminary plan shall integrate with conceptual street layout plan. That's a requirement for the subdivider to comply with his own concept. But it doesn't. But this conceptual street layout plan is required for the purpose of demonstrating that the proposed subdivision will not cause detriment to the integrated development of the overall area. So that sort of declares the purpose. Number 4, conceptual street layout plans demonstrating compliance with this section shall not be construed as having regulatory authority over property. So that was one of the concerns of if you develop the concept plan was the future adjacent property owner wants to develop it bound to some other person's concept plan. And so this is intended to help resolve that it should not be construed as having regulatory authority over properties included in the plan that are not subject to application for preliminary plan or final plan approval. Future developers of these properties may propose alternative street layouts pursuant to the same standards. So if they come up with a different design that's still meeting the standards and intent, they can still have freedom and flexibility in how they design the project.
And that was certainly an intent from the start to not force somebody into that corner. And so I think this, that clarifies that a little bit better. That's great.
Yeah, I think the purpose in clarifying is, one day Brian's going to leave us, and everybody else over there is going to leave us, and some future person's not going to have a clear understanding of what the intent was. So they might go a different direction. Now, we did just, and this is maybe not necessary, number 5, but it's also just iterating an option for planning commission or staff directing in their behalf. If it was felt that a concept plan was vital to an area's development and that it really needed to be followed for some reason, this just iterates that we can adopt a local plan for that area that needs to be followed in the future, at least loosely followed in the future. So, as an option for the plan commission, not a requirement.
Usually that would occur because of utility connections and other things where there really aren't other alternatives that we would consider.
And that sends a clear message to the future developer. There are certain expectations. They would also be publicly noticed through that process and have opportunity for public input. That would, and then those street amendments would come to the council for final, if one was to.
I know that what you have handed to us differs in substantial ways from the document that we received prior to the meeting.
Yes, yes.
And I understand as well that Mr. Sewell would appreciate additional time in which to study what is proposed here. And are you prepared then in our subsequent meeting to recommend the continuance of the item?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that, and particularly for the benefit of residents who may be interested in studying this as well and have a better opportunity to see it until yesterday.
I know we've received at least 2 emails from interested parties, and this would give them the opportunity to refer to.
Yeah, yesterday I sent out a previous version of this. I received additional feedback from Mr. Jones, and this is a subsequent version. So, yeah, even yourselves haven't had the luxury of reviewing this most latest version, which I finalized during the meeting here.
So we'll look forward to that motion in our subsequent meeting.
I just ask a question, Matt. Well, given that it's all come about because of request by the developer, as we continue and as we restudy, we're doing that for the overall general good of the city. How is this affecting specifically that development?
It doesn't help him at all. I don't know if anything you did would have actually helped him in any regard.
Let's let him kind of proceed with the rezoning issue maybe a little more openly than others, because now he doesn't have to it does take off the table the ability of the planning commission to say you're not infill, or something to that extent, or
Yeah.
how do you say that right? I don't know.
To make a judgment that you're not infill and therefore not allowed to proceed with the subdivision. And I suppose that was one question we wrestled with when we had our little brainstorm session. What are we really trying to achieve with this ordinance? And going back, I think, well, let me declare, first of all, I'm not driving an agenda, I don't think, on this. I think our response has been, if we are going to move in this direction, let's answer some of these questions about how we best move in this direction.
And how it applies to a broader.
I think as I've talked with Gary and again, Brian, about, are we going to fall on our sword, change this ordinance? Is it really causing us that much of a headache as a city? No, we could leave it as is and not make any change at all. I do think there is some value in clarifying the expectations and standards, which I think this captures.
Would you, though, indulge us, given Mr. Van Buren's question, in the meantime, before our meeting on the 2nd, could you provide us with a scenario in which the applicant's interest is addressed with respect to this proposed ordinance amendment?
Sure.
In terms of the implications?
Can I just, and I think that's kind of where I was getting to, because knowing him and knowing what his concerns are, he saw an opportunity to find some resolution so we can move forward. And now we have taken that resolution away and said the 3-acre infill rule isn't going to apply either, and we've got this, now we've got a whole new set of rules that,
I think what you're asking is a 30-minute response.
Well, except that I think there's actually a 2-minute response, which is this.
Because you're smarter.
I don't know about that. Maybe it's probably because I'm missing the big picture, but I think there's a 2-minute response, which is this. Mr. Chappell's requested the change because he met the less than 3-acre requirement, and he was concerned that if he went to the Planning Commission and tried to convince them that the infill definition applied to his property, they might say no. Right? So the options.
In some ways, I think this helps him.
Yeah. So the options that now exist are this: that the council does nothing, and that requirement stays in place, and he's forced to go to the Planning Commission and try to convince them that it isn't. Right? Or the council gets rid of the minimum acreage requirement, which is what he wants, and he's able to proceed, but we open up the can of worms of we don't have any standards at all. Well, out there, except that with this caveat, right? All of the standards that are addressed, that are listed here, already exist. Right? I mean, any development already has to meet all of these requirements. And so what this proposal does, if you do this, it gets rid of the infill definition, it gets rid of the 3-acre minimum, and says instead, just show us a plan that demonstrates how you're going to meet the requirements that would apply anyway.
And
not accurate.
And on the properties to his north.
Right, and how that possibly could integrate into the properties that surround it. So he's got to do some extra work that he wouldn't have to do if we did nothing, but at least one view of it is that now he knows what that work is, which is that the work is to demonstrate how surrounding properties might meet the standards, whereas the previous situation was go to the Planning Commission and try to convince them that it's infill with no definition of the code with them.
And the standards also give clear reasons for not following the standards. For instance, it says if there are existing buildings in the way of where you put a street stub, you don't have to put in a street stub. I mean, so it gives that type of clarity about how you develop.
So it may not be a clear path, but it certainly isn't clear.
So under the proposed ordinance, as long as he can demonstrate that there is a possibility for the surrounding properties to meet the standards, or that there's an exception in the code for why they don't have to meet the standards, then he'll be allowed to proceed.
Now, there's a big component in this that I think everybody's missing, including Mr. Chappell, is he needs a rezone.
And so that, I mean, there's the one issue, are you meeting technical standards? But there's the other issue, is it still in the legislative interest of the city to proceed with the rezone? And so,
But that shouldn't be, I mean, there would be no reason not to rezone. It's totally surrounded by what he wants. And so I mean, what I'm feeling here, and I felt it from my very first interest in this, because I met with him a number of times, is he is who he is, and he's rough, and he does some things out of the normal way. He's got a group of neighbors over there that don't like him, that has a voice that's representative, that's very strong and powerful. And I think there's a sense of, and I might be wrong,
well,
that if we can do this long enough, if we can make it hard enough for him, he's going to go away, or we're going to hurt him, because we think he hurt us. And
I actually think
I would
this
not like to be a part of that.
Helps the situation for both parties. The reason I say that is, again, is giving additional clarity. Right now, infill is an undefined term in the code, and very subjective, without pointing to all our other standards. And so that's where it can be used potentially as a weapon, is, well, this isn't infill or it is infill, and there's the big debate about whether it's infill or not, because you have to debate it because it's not a defined term. Where this is saying, really the overall objective has been all along integrated development. And here's the standards for determining what integrated development means. And now it's more of a bright line, you either meet it or you don't. And there are exceptions, and it clears those exceptions out. Either you meet the exceptions or you don't meet the exceptions. And so I think it's to everybody's interest to bring clarity, or at least more clarity, as Mr. Miller put it, that here's the expectations of how we develop, and a standard that it can be approved.
We expect your scenario, and you'll provide us.
I will provide you
to address this concern directly.
And I'll be happy to do that.
My understanding that there has been no request for a closed meeting.
I understand.
Therefore, I invite a motion to adjourn. Mr. Hills, thank you. A second. Mr. Sewell, all in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.